Hello, welcome in everyone. Actually, I'm gonna switch scenes real quick. Sorry about that. I actually clicked the wrong one, but welcome in everyone. Let me see. Let me welcome everyone in. Rima, welcome in. You are particularly blue today. Emmy, welcome in. Duality, welcome in. Rogu, welcome in. Who else? Who else? Who else? Snake, welcome in. Mika, welcome in. Hello, hello. Our video player is having some issues. Is anyone else having issues? Please let me know. Things seem all right on our end, but please let me know if anyone else is having issues. We're gonna be playing Girls Frontline 2 later today. The second half of the event just came out, so I wanted to make some progress on it since there is some time-gated things. And I want to make sure that I don't miss out on some event currency. So we'll get onto that. But first, Twitch Recap 2024 came out today. So I kind of wanted to scroll through it real quick with you guys, and feel free to check your own Twitch recaps. I think you can do so using this link. I think that should work. It'll probably ask you to sign in if you aren't already signed in, but I think that should show you your recap for 2024. But let me see if I can pull up let's see. Snake, what are you doing down there? Scared the crap out of me. Okay, maybe I can reuse this one. Twitch recap, that looks pretty good. Kind of want to drop it a little bit. Drop that a little bit. Okay. Let us see. I don't want to put this in front of me. I'm going to move this behind me. I don't want to block chat either. This is going to be a little cramped. How's that? Oh no, I can put it like right here because the chat's gonna be in front of it too. All right, can you guys see it all right? I can make it a little transparent too. Filters. How's that? That's okay. So, 2024, according to Twitch chat, whether you streamed, watched, chatted, or lurked, 2024 on Twitch wouldn't have been the same without you. Let's recap, shall we? I'm not going to read all this cringe text. Let's start with the streamer. Best times of the year. We streamed for 482 hours. That is a long fucking time. With a total of 115 streams. I'm actually curious where the starting point is, because I know they don't obviously it's not the end of the year yet, so there's still what 2-3 weeks left of this month. So I wonder if it counts starting from like the previous Twitch recap. So technically it's like mid-December to mid-December, I think. Distinct days streamed. What does that mean? That means that on some days I streamed twice, but I wonder, it's not usual that I would stream twice. Most often I disconnect and it pulls it back up again. So I think that's what this is most likely going to be. This is me disconnecting and getting back online. Total hours watched. You guys watched me for 7,705 hours. You guys need to go outside more. What the hell are you doing watching me for that long? That's an enormous amount of time. What are you guys doing? See, even in the cringe chat is it saying you should touch some grass. Top categories of the year. This makes total sense. Unicorn Overlord, Radiant Historia, Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance, Valkyria Chronicles, and Metaphor. And I was the top 10% in 4 of these 5 games. All of these games are either JRPGs or strategy related or both, which I think is hilarious. But this is pretty much what you would expect from this channel anyways. I'd say this is a pretty decent representation. There was a brief stint, either I think it was this year or last year, I can't remember, where I played a lot of Overwatch. I played a bunch of Overwatch with Rogu as well, but that doesn't seem to have made it into the top 5. A recap basically mirrors yours except Unicorn Overlord. That's funny. Is it the channels you've watched? You have not watched any of Unicorn Overlord? I don't think you were around when I was playing Unicorn Overlord. I think Unicorn Overlord came out really early in the year, right? Early-ish. So I think like the friends who found me through Retsu, that didn't happen until I want to say like the middle to late of this year. Abe, you should do a Hector hardcore of UO. There is a game mode like that with permadeath. I just haven't gotten around to starting it. We've only been here for probably less than half the year. Apparently, Twitch doesn't like running on Linux. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let me see. Duality. It says you have been following since August 13th, 2024. I believe the !follow age command still works. Pretty sure it does. But according to Twitch, you've been following since August. Grima, you started in April. You actually, Grima, you followed me the day after my birthday. So I guess you were you probably rated in from I remember having a birthday stream. I remember Retsu was part of it. What did Retsu and I do? I feel like Retsu and I did something from a birthday stream, but I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was. Oh man. Oh, it was Cypher. That's right. I taught him how to play Fire Emblem Cypher. That's probably where it was from. 1 year gang. Hey, Emmy with the 1 year. Very nice. Yes, that's right. I did do Cypher. Hey, you made my top 5 watched. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. It is an honor. Top stream of the year. Your top stream reached 112 viewers. This is not normal. I think I got raided by someone with like a ton of viewers. If I had to guess, it was probably Fubuki or Scarlet. Off the top of my head, those are the 2 people that I interact with that have really, really high viewer bases. Aside from that, like, I personally, actually, I need to have my hand tracker on. Yeah. So personally, I don't actually watch, I don't interact with a lot of people who have really high viewer counts. Not because of their high view counts, but, well, it depends. If it was like, if I had started interacting with them while they had a smaller base and we've kept up being friends and whatnot as they grew, then that's perfectly fine. But if I usually don't hang out in streams with a lot of viewers because I feel like there's a lot of people around and it's hard to feel noticed when there are so many people around. And if I'm going to spend time watching a stream, I may as well watch my friend's stream anyways. Top tags of the year. I'm proud of this. Those captions. That's something I'm really proud of. You guys, no, sorry, not you guys. Everyone, not specifically you guys, but everyone should be using closed captions on their streams. It's easy to set up. It's extremely helpful, and it's very non-intrusive. Add captions to your streams. Where are the captions right now? So that is a good point. I think so. Captions by default are on. Well, maybe it doesn't work out on mobile, but there is a way to. Sorry, what's the word? It's like there's like what would you call this? Like the view captions, like almost like when you turn on TV captions or YouTube captions, there's like the video captions, and then on my the CC button works. I usually have them integrated, but only in my gaming scene. My chatting stream, I actually haven't set it up yet. Which I think is actually not that difficult to add. Let me see. Oh my god, that's big. Maybe that's small. Okay. That is very jank. That's pretty jank. And I can't really make it much smaller. Okay, well that'll have to do for now. What was I saying? Move it over a little bit. It works. Okay. Let's see. Twitch's built-in captions now. Oh, that's pretty cool. I hope it works well. Although I've been having a few hiccups with this current plugin recently, so I might start exploring other options. Also, I don't know. I still am debating. So like I have like a handful of Japanese speaking viewers in my chat, and as someone who doesn't speak Japanese, it does kind of suck that I'm not able to interact with them particularly well. I'm wondering if it's worthwhile to like, because I know Liz has a closed caption that translates her closed captions into Japanese. I wonder if it's worthwhile to set that up. It's English and Japanese below it, so it would serve two purposes. I don't know. We'll think about it. Hopefully it doesn't take up too much space though. Moving on. 48,000 chats sent. That's you guys. That's how many chats you guys sent. I don't know if that's a lot. I don't know if that's small, but I think I'm not expecting a particularly high number anyways. I always considered myself to be a lurking channel. You guys can come here to just relax, watch, have it on the side. Let's make it 48,6. We were way beyond 48,6 before you came in, Rocco. Top channel emotes of the year. I wish this stuff was in higher resolution. I'm kind of disappointed how low resolution this is because it makes it look terrible. But from what it seems like, a lot of people's most used emotes is If Your Love. So it checks out. Followed by If Your Soy. So If Your Love was made by Alcor, one of my earliest emotes. Avier Soy. I don't know if I should change this to Avier Pog, but for now it's Avier Soy. That one's made by Retsu. Avier Haha is made by Yashika. Avier Wave is also made by Alcor, and Avier Cry is made by Renki P. They're all fantastic artists. If you are looking for emote artists, I know plenty. I will be happy to send you their way. Just gotta let me know. My most personally used is the haha one. Very nice. It makes sense, Emmy. You're always laughing at me. Your biggest fans of the year. I'm glad some of you guys are here because I want to thank you guys personally. And I mean, it checks out, right? Because you guys are always here. And that makes you the biggest fans. Grima, thank you very much for hanging out this year. Hika, I think Hika is not here yet, but I already sent him a DM thanking him. Rogu, thanks for being here. Emmy, thanks for being here for the past year. Always watching Nikkei Wazowski. Firestar and Axie, that makes sense. They're always hanging out. Snake, thank you so much. Crim's at work, but I already sent her a message. Austin's also another one who likes to watch a lot. So thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Whether you're here to chat or to lurk, you know, very much appreciate it. And if you didn't make the list, it doesn't, you know, I still appreciate you guys too. But if any of you guys are feeling competitive, feel free to you know, take one of these top spots next year. I think I should move. Let me move myself real quick because I didn't realize I was blocking it. Yeah, there we go. There you guys go. It's crazy that I don't have more channel points with that many hours. I mean, you spend a lot, Snake. Like, you spend a lot on the scripture. You spend a lot on... I think you spend quite a bit on care packages. Ow. And blahajes. And Snake. Ow. Why are you throwing sharks at me while I'm down? Ah. Yeah. Another thing too, actually, I don't know how it works. I've noticed, so I'm someone who obviously watches and lurks in a lot of my friends' streams, right? And I think Twitch's limit for counting, at least with channel points, is 3. If you have more than 3 tabs open, they won't count, like you won't be generating channel points on anything more than 3 is what I've noticed. I don't know if that also applies to watch hours. Like it means that I don't know if it means that you don't count as a viewer, or it means that you aren't considered, you know, it doesn't start ticking up the whatever this watch counter is beyond the 3rd one. But yeah, if you're someone who likes to have like 6 of your friends open at the same time, it's possible that it's not counting, you know, half of them. I thought channel point limit was 2, but I also thought if you exceed that, you just don't count anymore. I honestly don't know. I wish it was more clear. I hate that Twitch is super vague about this. I hate that Twitch has this as a rule at all, honestly. It's kind of dumb. And like no one's ever really sure, because I feel like everyone just says things on Twitter and social media. Everyone says things that is true, but oftentimes it's not true. You know, people are just making stuff up as they go, honestly. Thanks, Philip Grogu. But yeah, thank you guys for being my top fans, and I hope to see things change up for next year. It'll be exciting. Collaborators this year. This is like a count of how many times you've used Twitch's like stream together feature. I've only ever used it once with Yin. It was during that one Borrow Trauma stream, and it was like super jank. I don't really care about that. That's clearly not the number of times I've done collabs this year. It's just how many times I've used Twitch specifically. Raids received 248. Who raided me? It was Loki 10 times, Retsu 10 times, and Krim 10 times. Funny that it was a three-way tie between all three of these guys. God, I hate this. I hate this white on yellow. It's really hard to see, but totally makes sense. Loki's always raiding me. Retsu, I don't think Retsu raids anyone else except for me. Whenever when he used to stream, because I think Retsu quit streaming, at least for the rest of this year. I feel like he would just end stream after he was done. And then after a while, he started to remember like, oh yeah, raiding is a thing that I can do. So I've caught at least 10 of his streams. And Krim's always supporting the channel. Raids sent. I usually raid every single time. And I think we streamed like 105 times, so this matches up pretty well. I know there's a couple times where I didn't end up raiding out because it was probably like 6 in the morning and no one was awake. Who did I raid? I raided Kran. Makes sense. Kran is one of the few people who are still streaming after I'm done streaming. Hey, there he is. Kran, you did not make one of the top 9 viewers, but you are someone that I raided into a lot because you're a cool guy. Krim makes sense. I don't get a chance to raid Krim as often as she gets to raid me because she always finishes before I do. You know, she starts really early in the morning and then ends around dinner time, and then after dinner time is when I start. And our favorite doll, Virtue. Herman strains? Yeah, she does. I think Virtue's streaming right now. So you guys, what are you guys doing here? You should go watch Virtue instead of me. I spelled Virtue's name wrong. There you go. Yeah. Virtue's pretending to be a snowman for some reason. Or maybe she's building snowmans, I don't know. Clips of the year. Clips made of you, 20. I mean, that's fine. I don't expect people to make clips of me. I don't do anything interesting. 10 unique clippers, though. That means 10 of you guys did 2 clips each. I don't know if this counts as clips that I made. I think it does. Because this top viewed featured clip, which was just that one time I was playing Unicorn Overlord, and this was the tournament, and I set Oaklease to fight an entire team that was like 5 levels higher than her, and I won. This was like a cheese strat, because she has such a high evasion rate. None of these people have true hits, so she just dodged everything. And I won because winning is based off of a percent HP. Yeah, very stinky cheese. Okay. We love our lesbian angels. Okay, high scores of the year. We got almost 300 followers this year. Oh, is it Yakuza Tuesdays? Kran, is it Yakuza Tuesday? That means I need to go shout out Kran. Wait, is it your turn or is it Mayuri's turn? I gotta know. I gotta know who to shout out. Tell me, Kran, tell me. I think this is comparable to last year. Yeah, this was comparable to last year. It may be. What do you mean it may be? That's not a name. Is it you or the cat? This is to be expected. I had a pretty rough year. 2024 was a rough time for myself and many other. A lot's been going on. A lot has been developed this year. And I think I took like multiple hiatuses. So I didn't have the most consistent stream schedule, especially towards the middle of the year. But still, I'm proud of this number. I think this averages out to like 3 follows per stream, which in retrospect is quite a lot. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you think about it, like if I streamed more the previous year and got about the same amount of followers, which in this year I streamed a lot less, which means I got more followers per stream than I did last year. And I think that's pretty impressive. New subscribers. This I'm mad about. This number here, this should be 0. Why are there 25 of you guys subscribing to this channel? Roko, you especially. Why are you still subscribed to this channel, Roko? I know you can hear me. You better unsubscribe right now. Next year, this thing better be 0. Points spent in this channel, 1.4 million. I wish it broke down this number into redeems, because I am curious to know. I'll give subs right now, Lizard Brain. Don't you dare. Don't sub to my channel. Save the money. Spend it on yourself. Or save it for a charity. Because I don't want your money. I don't want your $250. 250 cents. I don't need it. Give it to charity. Why do you guys want to give Twitch money? I don't want to give Twitch money. You guys shouldn't be giving Twitch money either. It'd be so nice. We could see how many times we fed Bruno versus the Ave. Yeah. I wish I could see how many dumb stickers I've thrown your way. Let's see. Based on all this recap data, this year you were the clippable rating quest conqueror of the year. I don't know what that means. What is rating quest conqueror of the year? Apparently 20 clips makes you clippable. I don't really believe that. I guess rating means that either I received a bunch of raids or I did a lot of raiding. I don't know what the hell quest conqueror though. Chat badge, woohoo. It means that you conquered a rating. Moonlight, welcome in. I don't know what that means, Moonlight. All right. And here's the summary, guys. Almost 300 new followers, more than 7,000 hours watched, 25 new subscribers. We streamed a hell lot of Unicorn Overlord, Reading Historia, Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance. We need to start Radiant Dawn next year. Probably after the Last Promise. So we'll finish the Last Promise and then we'll move on to Radiant Dawn. Metaphor, we're still, it's such an Ave game. Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Like this, like perfectly captures what you would expect from this channel. It's just strategy games and JRPGs, or JRPGs that have strategy in it. 115 total streams. I think this. Let me think. This is a little bit less than usual, I think. So if I stream 3 times a week, you would expect something along the lines of like 150 streams. I know I took a lot of hiatuses in between, so that checks out. I do want to do closer to like 130, 140 streams next year. We're going to try for that. Total chat sent, that's all you guys. And Ave Love is the top emote. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Welcome back, Rogo. It should be unlurk. Exclamation point unlurk. Yeah, I hope you guys had a chance to check your own recaps. Firestar, thank you for the pat. Did you see, did Axie show you what I sent her in Discord? Yes, she did. Eve, rewind. Yes, it is. It's rewind time. Axie sent me a screenshot. Axie hasn't shown him yet, but did tell him about it. I see. Funnily, my most watched was Fubuki. Very funny. I mean, Fubuki streams like every single day, so it makes sense, right? That you'd be able to have higher watch time for people who stream more often. Axie sent me a screenshot. She has watched almost 400 hours of my stream. Oh, Sam, welcome in. Hello. How did you find me, Sam? It's good to see you here. We were going over my... Ow! I didn't deserve that. I disagree. I'm not dumb. I only met them during the Barrow collab. True. But yeah. I mean, like, they stream a whole lot. So that makes sense. Yeah, the second one I have watched the most. Ooh, thank you, Moonlight. I napped enough time for dinner. So I'd be here. Have a great dinner. Your most watched and Retsu my second. Thank you guys. Very much appreciated. I'll scroll back up real quick to show Firestar and Axie. You guys were both in my top 9 biggest fans of the year. And, you know, it makes sense. But again, if you're not listed here, it doesn't mean I don't appreciate you. Especially if I am in your personal top 5s for the year. Thanks, guys. Thank you for choosing to watch me over everyone else on Twitch. I think there was like a statistic. One of the options was like, what was it, like community? Yeah, so like out of the 21 million active streamers on Twitch, you guys chose me, and I don't know why, but thank you for choosing me. I guess I need to make some sort of I didn't even do that. I guess I need to make some sort of emblem to rip me. Because you are awesome. No, you're awesome. I want to check something. Ow. Why did you throw that at me? Oh, it's hydrate. Everyone please take a sip of water. Blahaj. That was loud. I'm trying to find if ALO is streaming. I'm looking for Cran. Is Cran streaming? I don't know if Cran is streaming. I was gonna give Cran a shout out. Maybe he's not starting yet. Maybe later. We'll look for Cran later. There's one Jeffillion of gamers because sharks need water. Very true. Sharks do need water, but sharks can get water elsewhere. They don't have to come from my water cup to get their water. Ow, this game is loud. Okay, we're done with the recap. So let us go ahead and switch over to Frontline 2. But Sharknado is, I mean, isn't there water in the Sharknado? I've actually never seen the movie. What was it? It wasn't Sharknado that people wanted to watch my server. I think it was Meg. People wanted to watch Meg, which is short for Megalodon, which is another shark movie. Oh, you haven't seen any of the movies either? Funny. Let's see here. How do I want to proceed with this? You've only watched one Sharknado? How was it? I'm getting messages. Oh my god, me too. Oh my god. Rocco. I'm Rocco's biggest fan. And he replied to me. There we go. What about traveling through the previous movies? It was called Sharknado 3. It's about time. or short for Megatron, depending on who you ask. Is Venom here? You might be right. If we ask Venom, it might be Megatron. Volume looks good. Screen looks good. Haha, spotted. How's Path of Exile 2, Roko? Did you already beat it? Where do I want to go with this? So there's two ways we could do this. For your experience as much as mine, it's way different from PoE1, but you're having fun. So it's different in a good way. Do you feel like it's more, how would you describe the difference? Would you say it's like more modern, more, I heard there was like dodging, like iframe dodging, which is like completely foreign to a like Diablo-esque game. I watched Crim play it a little bit. I aside from that, it did look pretty similar to your average like Path of Exile / Diablo game. It's slow, deliberate, and feels really smooth to play. That's nice. The game looks really damn good. I gotta say that. Pretty damn gorgeous. Okay, so when I first did this event, the Sojourners of the Glass Island, featuring Ulrit, Suomi, Lota, I forget what her name was, Disjanaev, I think. And anyways, because so you get like every day you get 3 of these halting vouchers, right, which you can use to attempt hard mode stages, but you can only hold 6 at any one time, right? And in order to not cap on these vouchers, I needed to blitz through the story. Unfortunately, I skipped all the cutscenes, so I don't even know what the story is about. So I kind of want, I mean, it's gonna take a little bit, but there's no way to rewatch the cutscenes without playing the missions again. So in order to catch up on the story, I need to re-challenge all of these event missions just to watch it. But thankfully, they're like level 15, so I can auto battle these pretty quick, I think. It's super slow, deliberate, feels really smooth to play. I'm a big fan of all the game systems, but they really need to up loot numbers and lower enemy HP, in my opinion. So when I was watching Crim play, it seemed like she was fighting against the Executioner, right? And like, goddamn, not only did the boss have it like a ton of fucking HP, but also the ads took forever to die. So I think like they were struggling with the Executioner boss for quite a while. Part of it might have just been that Crim wasn't grinding, so it's not like she was particularly geared or high enough level, but it did not seem that easy. Even from my standpoint, I did play Diablo 2 growing up, so I'm kind of like aware of these types of games, but like I don't remember them ever being that hard until you got to like the end game or to like the Nightmare or Hell difficulties. Like starting out in like these bosses are this tough and tanky, that surprised me a lot. You mean no one put a YouTube of just the cutscenes? They didn't. I mean, sorry, I didn't check, but I think this is probably going to be a little bit quicker. Well, hi, are we into gameplay? We are sort of into gameplay. Welcome back to Wally. I hope your issues with the PC is resolving. I was explaining to these guys that when I did through this event off stream, due to a time constraint, because I was rushing through the story to make sure I didn't overcap on a resource. I actually skipped all the cutscenes in this event, so I actually don't know what's happened. And before I start the second half of the event, I wanted to see what the story was, so you guys can enjoy it with me if you haven't, you know, done it yourself. I know a couple people in chat are playing Frontline too. If I wasn't as familiar with making functional ARPG builds, the game would be painfully slow. Issues are resolved. Glad to hear it. Catbot, welcome in. It's good to see you. So the first half of the event is really low level compared to me. So there's not going to be a whole lot of gameplay. I'll be auto battling everything here. Probably through the second half of the story too. Roger, thank you for the community hydrate. Everyone please take a sip of water. I've never watched this game. I only know that the girls are on the front lines. That is true. The girl. I sure hope I landed on those sharks you just threw at me. Anyways, how do you guys want me to narrate this? So some of these scenes are voiced in some of these scenes are voiced, however, they're voiced in Japanese. And the last time I streamed this, it got a little bit distracting to speak while they were speaking. So what I can do is any scene that is not voiced, I can read out to you guys. And any scene that is voiced, I'll probably just summarize. In that way, things can speed up a little bit and we're not stuck in cutscenes for the rest of the stream. I do want to make some progress. You guys okay with that? I think translation after would be fine for voice scenes. Okay. Sure. The full transcriptions would be slow. Yeah, that's what I did last stream and it was painfully slow. So I think I'll do my best to summarize. And if there's like a CG cutscene, I'll just tell you guys if you're listening that like, oh, there's a CG cutscene coming up. Come watch, because I don't want to read out the subtitles. I want to watch the cutscene. Okay. I believe this is a letter from Suomi. Dear Commander, this is officially my 5th letter to you. Ever since we parted, there have been so many stories and things that I'd like to share with you, but I never had the opportunity to do so. It was by coincidence that I found out that Miss Latara has been writing letters to you regularly, so I borrowed some pen and paper from her. How is Suomi and Latara sending these letters to the commander? After shaking off pursuit by the humans and breaking through the encirclement by the Elids, we have successfully managed to relocate ourselves to the vicinity of our designated stopover point. Imagine receiving 5 letters. It makes me wonder if the commander, are the girls not humans? The girls are they're technically androids. So the girls are these sort of AI personalities that are installed into these android bodies called T-dolls or tactical dolls. Their AI, or they're called neuroclouds, can be uploaded and re-downloaded into bodies. They are toaster. So there will be times when you might see like the androids like get destroyed, but then they might come back later, and that's simply a matter of them uploading their neuroclouds to the network and re-downloading it into a new body. That's something that happens pretty often in the previous games, but also in the main story as well, the main campaign story. So if you do see someone die, it might not be the end of them. This journey has been so very perilous. Just the thought that you have also been living in constant danger without me by your side all these years is making me anxious. I wonder when that agreement will be rescinded. In any case, I have decided to document all my personal experiences in great detail until then. Sigma from Mega Man X. Did I play Mega Man X? No, I don't think so. I played ZX. I don't think I played Mega Man X. According to Miss Latara, by writing you these letters, we will not feel like total strangers to you when we finally meet again. I do hope she's right. Suomi. And some more context. So, some Girls Frontline lore. Many, if not most, of these T-dolls were originally civilian androids. So like they're meant to like serve humans in a more civilian capacity. However, due to a military need, many of these civilian dolls were converted into I guess you can call them T-dolls. Like more battle purposed androids and during GFL 1. And originally many of these T-dolls were named after the gun that they were I guess like installed to use. So Suomi is named Suomi because she uses the gun named Suomi. So, however, in GFL 2, many of these T-dolls no longer work for the PMC group, the private military group, that was the main force that in GFL 1. In GFL 1, you were a member, you were a commander in the in that PMC group, and many of them have decided to take on their own names. So many of them no longer call themselves by the gun that they use, but by a name that they gave themselves. Nat, welcome in. How was Path of Radiance? I'm gonna give you a shout out. How's it going? How far did you get? We are going through the event in Girls Frontline 2 because I skipped all these cutscenes. Everything went perfectly for once. Hey, that's nice. I'm usually of the impression that Fire Emblem games tend to get easier the later chapters you're in, because you have much more tools available to you to handle every obstacle. Whereas the early game, it's kind of just like, okay, you have a bunch of foot soldiers and everyone is kind of weak. Makalov has been recruited, so was it truly perfect? I see you're in that chapter with Makalov. Plus, any early game bad luck has been mitigated by the end game. Yeah, right. So like typically it's less luck dependent. It's more like your decisions can more easily sway the outcomes. You have more options, more weapon types, more unit variety, more everything. Loki, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well, Loki. The howling wind whips the collapsed wall, smashing sand and dust against it. In the ruins, an Elid is guzzling a chunk of meat, most probably the flesh of another Elid. It suddenly freezes, like it has noticed something. The Elid turns its head abruptly toward the source of the sound, but it finds nothing out of the ordinary. Despite its confusion, it seems to have decided that the voice is just the wind from the collapsed storm and returns to savoring its meal. I think we managed to stay hidden. Thanks to the storm, the visibility is quite low at the moment. Get ready to move. Stick to the plan. I'll draw its attention. Okay, be careful. Ulrich carefully takes a few steps forward, picks up a piece of rock from the ground, and throws it at the oblivious Elid. Faceless pothead dolls are cute. Good, just like that. Now move this way. All units, attack! Copy that. Alright, is this the battle? Okay. Oh shit, there's a lot of Elids. Now! Kaboom! All units, eliminate remaining enemies. Alright, so this is a level 15 mission, and I am level 35. So we're gonna go ahead and just auto battle this, and it should be end in a few seconds. So, how's everyone else doing? Oh my god, Suomi just wrecked everyone. Pololo shot that person. Pololo gets a second turn and kills that person. Lota throws an ice grenade, kills that one. Changzhou is too far away from the last enemy to do anything about it. Okay, alright, battle's over. That was the auto battle, guys. Elids are such dangerous creatures, but under Big Sis Ulrid and Miss Litara's leadership, we managed to pull through. But our biggest headache is still the shortage of supplies. I often see Miss Rosalind, who is in charge of repairs, and Big Sis taking stock of her supplies. They both look very grim. I sometimes hear troubled sighs from even Miss Litara, who is usually very calm and collected, and I would find her room littered with scrunched up papers of abandoned plans. That's probably why, even though we knew the thermal power station was teeming with Elids, we still decided to scour the place in hopes of finding some supplies for our subsequent travels. You could probably think of a better solution if you were here, Commander, but since we're on our own, we'll just have to take the risk. I hope we will all come out of this in one piece. Suomi. Ulrich kicks the motionless Elid on the ground. The heavy sack of flesh slowly rolls onto its side. After confirming that the threat has been eliminated, Ulrich pulls out the arrow sticking out of the corpse. How's the audio, guys? GSP 337, take someone with you to secure the area, then set up a signal booster. Now that the collapse storm has temporarily let up, we should be able to contact Latara and Suomi. Right, Ulrid? Yes, is there a problem? No problem at all. It's just changed my name to Lotta because you also changed your name. So yeah, both of these are RT dolls. They used to have, you know, their original name was the name of the weapon that they were taught to use, but some of them have decided to take on their own names. So this one in red is Ulrid, and this little shy girl with the green hat is Lotta. Oh, that's a nice name. I'll be counting on you then, Lotta. I love how they put Lotta and Latara on a team together, and both of them are just so bad at communicating. They're bad at communicating verbally, but I have a feeling that they're really good at sort of like, because like they're both extremely observant people, right? So I feel like Lotta and Latara would be able to kind of like look at each other and be like, okay, I know exactly what you're thinking. After watching Lotta run off with a smile, Ulrid looks down and starts rummaging through the ruins for anything worth scavenging. However, the copious amount of Elid mucus all over the place is hindering her effort. With a scowl, she prods a piece of sheet metal covered in slime with her foot. Right. God damn it. That's happening again. Right. Let me see if there's anything usable. Ugh, it's so sticky and gross. What's written on this? Mar something? Thermal power station? Marley? Ulrid, you done yet? Latara? I finished cleaning up over here. How is it going on your end? All good. The system booster is also set up. Hold on, let me turn down the volume. The signal booster seems pretty nifty. Who made this again? Bathilda? Yeah, but it's only for short range use. The radiation is too strong here, and that greatly affects the signal strength. Let's regroup for now. Okay, but we're still searching for supplies. You'll have to come on over. I'm sending you the coordinates. I'll also get in touch with Suomi later. Stay safe, and I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. I don't know a good way to handle this. Oh, welcome to my treasure vault, the garbage dump. We haven't seen Suomi yet. Stop joking around. Latara holds up her notepad before she has even reached Ulrid. On it is a question scribbled in large handwriting. How's the situation? Gotten any supplies? Be patient. I told you this is a treasure vault, didn't I? I have actually found a lot of stuff, but most of it is in pretty bad shape. Since we're also short on repair equipment, we'll need Rosalind to assess what can be salvaged. And in any case, let's take some of it back with us. Cool. I didn't find anything great, but I did pick out some stuff that looked kind of useful. We should bring a doll mechanic with us next time to help sort through the mess. You're right. I'll ask Rosalind when we get back. There won't be any elids in this area for the time being. It shouldn't be too dangerous even if we bring along a non-combat doll. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to Latara that we found such a convenient opening. It was just speculation based on the trend of collapse radiation levels, but enough of that. Where's Suomi? Oh, she seems to have come across a lot of good stuff. She's probably busy packing up. It's Suomi! Miss Latara, is everybody okay? We're all perfectly fine. Latara's guess was on point. There's barely any elids in this area. That's good. Well done, Miss Latara. Look, we ended up finding lots of stuff in the ruins of the warehouse. See? We filled up this whole pushcart. This circuit board should be compatible with a lot of frame models, right? Yeah, and I've definitely seen many of these parts before. found all these in the warehouse? Yes, big sis. Why are there so many doll parts in the ruins of a thermal power station? Maybe there used to be a lot of dolls here? There's a possibility that this thermal power station was run and maintained by dolls before it was abandoned. Also, these parts are pretty generic and can be used on other machines as well. In any case, we got lucky with these. We wiped out all the elids in the area for the time being, so we should be able to handle it even if new elids stumble into this place. This could serve as a decent base. You want to move our camp here? Regarding doll names, I believe some of them from GFL1 were upgraded civilian models that were given gun code names when working with G&K, but had real names. And some were combat model dolls that only had gun name designations. I see. I wonder how many of them do remember their old names, though. Well, maybe not right away. We should take a vote when making such decisions. I'm just thinking we could at least get our hands on some supplies here. Also, some shelter from the sandstorms and blizzards is still better than the sandy camp we have right now, right? Besides, this place could be a foothold for exploring other areas of the ruin. Okay, all the PC weirdness is now done for now. Nice. Glad to hear that duality. You're right. The dolls could use some rest and maintenance, but there could also be problems with this place. Ulrid, we mustn't rush into any decisions before making sure it's completely safe. We will not summon more until we try to get Final Fantasy XIV working. Knocks on our desk. Is it a wooden desk? You have a point. After kicking the Elid corpse on the ground again to vent her frustration, Ulrid looks up at the cooling tower in the distance, which is emitting a large plume of water vapor that's a greenish yellow color. This does look really creepy. Why is that cooling tower spewing smoke that looks so gross? What did you say, big sis? Huh? No, nothing. I just said we'll find a way to make this work. Let's prioritize tidying up the place. We can consider our next step after we finish sorting out our supplies. You're right. Then we'll leave it up to you and Latara to come up with a plan. Ooh, synced lip movements? Yes. I kind of wish this game had English voice acting. But Micah does not have nearly the same budget as games like Mahoya does. Always happy to see those, even if they're basic like this. Just super nice attention to detail thing. Just great for immersion. Yeah, whenever I watch like Honkai cutscenes, it's really jarring when there's voice acting, but their mouths don't move. Like, it seems like such a weird thing to cut, right? A weird corner to cut. Especially when it's like 3D models and rigging. I can't imagine it's that hard. It's not like they need to animate a new mouth. To be fair, mouth syncing is hard. I see. Maybe without mocapping, I guess. I mean, I guess that's technically how my mouth moves, is through mocapping. Sure, leave it to us, but you'll all have to help. Now, let's haul these supplies back and cheer Rosalind up. Time to get moving. Not animating that is a lot of time saved, because making that look right is probably a lot of manual labor. Mocapping, I'm not an expert in this. I don't know what exactly mocapping means, but it's mocap is a type of software that my iPhone uses to capture my face. So all my facial expressions on my model are being captured using mocap. Mocap is also used in like movies and TV series and certain games to what's the word, like capture facial features, but it can go as far as like whole body movements. You might have seen like, have you ever seen like behind the scenes clips or photos? And you might see for like CGI movies, there's like an actor covered in like a giant suit, and that suit has a bunch of like sensors on it. That's also considered mocapping, where like the suit is reading the movements of the body, and that's being recorded into a computer, and then artists can then map their 3D models onto that movement. We're roughly aware of how CGI works. All right, yeah. I mean, you probably know more than me, but that's kind of my understanding of it. You can get away with just 3, arguably 2 frames to represent speaking. You have to repeat this for every facial expression you have, though. Doing sync for multiple languages sounds like a nightmare, though. I mean, you don't have to do sync for multiple languages. Like, as far as I know, every single game only ever does 1 sync for their primary language. So, like, anime will do it for Japanese, and then dubs will just... Oh, mocap is just short for motion capture. I see. That makes sense. Usually they're just like motion capture setups, right? Yes, that makes a lot of sense now. It's okay, Duality. I feel the same way as you. The dolls disperse to carry out their own tasks. Ulrid lets out a secret sigh of relief when no one is looking. Atara pats her slightly on the back. Good thing... Oh my god. Good thing I didn't make them too nervous, or they might grow averse to the idea of exploring this place. Anyway, let's also get to work. You laughing at me, Rogu? I got absolutely nothing for finishing that, and it took me like 20 minutes to get through that entire cutscene. At the temporary base, Ulrich directs the dolls in packing up all the supplies they have gathered. They're just talking about where to put all the parts. Well, the story is the reward, I guess. Just then, Rosalind arrives with Bathilda. Rosalind is welcoming them back. Ulrich asks to take stock of all the materials they've scavenged. Yeah, they do blink. Rosalind is asking Bathilda to move and sort all the pieces. The sight of her friend finally puts Lotta at ease. That's so nicely animated too, such a nice detail. Lotta seems happy to see Bathilda again. Bathilda wants Lotta to stop being lazy and help her push the cart. Bathilda says to be careful. Ulrich watches warily as the two push the rickety pushcart, whose mismatched wheels are creaking and groaning. She finds herself praying fervently for the cart and the dolls to keep it together. Is my summary helping? I hope it is. I still have to wait for them to stop speaking, so when it comes to really long lines, it means I'm just sitting here doing nothing for a little bit. When they are some distance away, Ulrich turns her attention to the companion standing next to her. Seems like things are not going well for their group of dolls. There's a lot of dolls in hibernation mode because not enough power. There's a lot of dolls that need repairs and there's not enough supplies. The stuff that they were able to scavenge today still isn't enough to handle all of the dolls. Things seem pretty desperate. Without enough supplies, even the vehicle that they're using won't last. Ulrich says there's no way they're going to consider leaving any of the dolls behind. But still doesn't change the fact that there aren't enough supplies to go around. Ulrich's gonna try and come up with a plan. In the meantime, Rosalind needs to come up with a put together an inventory of what they have and what they'll need. Latara finished dropping off the parts and she's looking for Ulrich. Ulrich is following Latara. Actually, can you just read this part? After giving the slightly exasperated Rosalind a wink, Ulrich follows Latara to an unoccupied corner to get out of everyone's way. Latara asked Ulrich if she was ready to start a vote. It seems like whenever they make big decisions, they have everyone, all the dolls, vote on whether to do something. Latara is saying that maybe now is not the best time to cast that vote. According to the last vote, 42% of them had abstained when deciding on where to set up camp. It seems like the number of abstention has been increasing with every single vote, putting it very close to making the vote invalid. So something is going on. They think that everyone is starting to get scared and they're not really sure what to do. So that's why they haven't been voting. Latara is absolutely spitting. What do you mean, duality? Dwindling on voting being mostly meaningless without also providing good information on the options. Oh yes, you're right. Overit still says that we still need supplies. Latara is suggesting that we use the surveillance cameras to help spot things in the area, and it'll be safer than trying to scavenge through everything on foot. Suomi can help with that. Hi, Suomi. Overit was surprised by Suomi being able to sneak up on her. Suomi came by just to ask if they wanted anything to help. They're going to perform reconnaissance on the power station. And they're asking Suomi if she can help. Ulrid and Latara are going to go check out the ruins. Suomi is going to check out the surrounding areas for safe places to camp. Ulrid is taking a stock of her own personal equipment, ammo, backup supply power, and comms terminal. Lotta's asking if Ulrid is heading back into the ruins. Lotta wants to come too. Ulrid raises an eyebrow and glances at Latara next to her, who gives her a nod. Ulrid knows what she means by that. It's your call. Ulrid is telling Lotta the plan. Lotta still wants to come. Even though it's risky, Lotta wants to go anyways. Axie, thank you for the meow. After experiencing some hiccups, we all finally set off on our respective missions. To be honest, I was a little concerned about Miss Lotta's condition, but Big Sis decided to respect her wishes, and Miss Latara also said that we could use all the help we can get in a fight. Miss Lotta herself was also very eager to help. It's hardly surprising. Whatever threats may be lurking inside the thermal power plant, to all of us, it is like an island in the ocean, an oasis in the desert. I completely understand how everybody feels, but I also feel the same. Thanks for batting, Bruno. Will this place become our new base for the time being? Commander, have you found a home for yourself in the last few years? Suomi. Outside the derelict building, a few Elids are rummaging through the garbage dump for flesh they can consume. While they have their noses on the ground, a Thode slips past them against the half-deteriorated wall. On 6 doll legs, the Elids are none the wiser. So it seems like Ulrid, Latara, and Lotta are carrying around a dead Elid to hide themselves. Poor deceased Thode is lifted up again, using its corpse as cover. Ulrid, the Tara, and Lotta inch toward the facility cautiously. The three dolls squad immediately curl up in behind the Thode corpse. I have stained some boards for yet another project. It's now time to go do Spanish, etc. Have fun fixing your dollies. Thanks, Axie. Have a good night. You too, Firestar. The Elid creature lets out a low, threatening growl, but with no response from the Thode, it goes back to whatever it was doing. Thank you for the hydrate. Everyone, please take a sip of water. They were able to sneak past the Elid. Once they are inside the building, the Thode's corpse has outlived its usefulness and gets tossed aside. They made it in. Ulrid flips the power switch on with a click. The interior lights up, display screens come to life, white text starts appearing on them. They're gonna try and hack into the surveillance system. What you're seeing now, geothermal power still working. Noise, yes. What you're looking at now is basically what it looks like when the dolls are hacking into what is an Elid. I forget what it stands for, but basically they are mutated wildlife. So like they're basically, the world has become completely irradiated, and correct me if I'm wrong, as someone who's more familiar with the lore, the collapse is a form of radiation that is not safe for humans to be in, but dolls are resistant to the collapse radiation. Wildlife that has been exposed to too much collapse radiation turn into Elids. What we're looking at is a visual representation of the network. So it's kind of like Eurosky low emission infectious disease. Thank you. So this is kind of like when 9S does the hacking in Nier Automata, basically super radiation. Yeah. All right, time for the auto battle. Should be quick. Somi just destroys everyone at this level. Wow, that didn't kill. Surprised. That did. This grenade should kill everyone. There's one left. Can you kill? No, you didn't. You decided not to kill. Yeah, sometimes the auto battle isn't the smartest. I feel like their priority is always to ult. Snapping between units is a little bit jarring, but how much speed? So this game actually has 3 times speed. So normally it's a lot slower than this, but because we're just trying to speed through it, we don't, yeah. it's not normally this fast unless you are someone who prefers to play on 3x speed. Just so you guys are aware. Huh. Interesting. My mom came back from a trip and she now has COVID. And my brother, who went on the trip with her, I don't think he's been tested yet. I hope he does not have COVID when he comes back to the apartment. I mean, it doesn't seem to be real time, so the main downside would be the eye strain. I mean, yeah. I mean, when I do 3x and then I auto battle, I usually alt tab to a different screen. I'm not looking at the game when it's auto battling. Another nice thing, and I can demonstrate this later. Another nice thing is that when you are grinding, right? Like say you're grinding the equivalent of relics, or you're trying to grind like trace materials, or you're grinding whatever. You don't actually have to do the fight, right? Or do the mission, or do whatever. Like as long as you've completed it once, you can just use the sweep system, where all you do is you spend however much stamina that you want, and then they just hand you the rewards. So I can kind of demonstrate that. So like if you so like you technically don't even have to like sit through the entire battle. Hey, it's everyone's favorite #1 TF fan 2002, Venom. Welcome in, Venom. How you doing? Aha, well done, us. They were successful in hacking, so they're looking at the CCTV feeds. Cameras show a ton of elids in this facility. Didn't find drawing the burn as you. Oh, you are Forager. That's pretty cool. Looking forward to that. It seems like they found replacement dolls. So like they don't have to maintain their current bodies. They could swap them out. They have spare bodies now, or if they can get to them. Latara follows where Ulrich is pointing and checks the feeds one by one. She's so incredulous of what she's seeing, she has to take off her glasses to clean them and also rub her eyes. They have very human behaviors? Yeah. I think they were designed to have very human behaviors. Rosalind is calling. You're not wrong when you said visuals are top notch. Yeah, I love it. All right, everyone is now RTB. Commander, you must have seen a Thode before, right? I actually don't know what a Thode is. It's probably one of the Elids. I heard Big Sis describe how they returned from the ruins. It was kind of gross, so I'll spare you the details. But we got really lucky, Commander. This place really is like an oasis. We've all cheered up, especially Big Sis Ulrich. She didn't say anything, but I can tell she's very relieved. As part of the exploration team, I've also made some pretty impressive discoveries. I'm sure the good news will lift everyone's spirits. Suomi. Bathilda's not happy. Bathilda's mad that they took such a risk. Also, she seems to be very protective of Lota.
チルダも相変わらず手厳しいな。今度ばかりはロッタに確認を怠った私たちの落ち度だが。まあ、僕たちも急いでたから、次からは時間をかけてでも万全を期するべきだね。ああ、こっちに座ろう。
Lotta lied to Ulrid about her body's condition. It was a little bit more damaged than she said it was. So now Bathilda took Lotta away to check her repairs.
この辺の連続したナンバーは同じエリアのものだろう。そうだね。だけど僕のバチルダの言ったこと。それって銃も持てない人形を連れて行ったこと？いや、もっと前の。私の下した決定がみんなを危険にさらしていると指摘された件だ。
Ulrid is worried that her actions are actually putting everyone's at harm's risk.
イエローエリアにいる限り戦闘は避けられない。それにこれは君じゃなくて僕たち全員で決めたことだよ。分かっている。それよりもっと気に。
What does Latara talk in brackets sometimes anyway? So Latara doesn't speak very well, but what she does instead is she will write out her messages in a little notebook that's strapped to her chest. That's why she's holding a pen. So whenever she speaks in brackets, that's because she's writing a message on a scrap of paper and showing it to Ulrid. Latara is still worried about calling things to a vote right now because fighting is inevitable and they have to fight in order to get the supplies. But if all the other dolls knows that there aren't enough supplies left to keep up with repairs when they do fight, most of them will be combat adverse. So if they do call the next decision to a vote, she's worried that everyone will just abstain and they won't be able to get anything done. So Latara has been sort of sneaking around so that they can actually get the things that they need, even if it is risky. And Ulrid is annoyed because she wants to do what she can for everyone, but she can't figure out a way to make everyone happy. As they hear a set of footsteps, Suomi comes running up to Ulrid. What the heck? In the span of one mission, Suomi surveyed 50 square kilometers all on her own? That's crazy. But she didn't find anything. Most busted unit in the game privilege, I guess. I mean, she is pretty busted. She did find a jeep. There was a bounty hunter inside, but they seemed to be dead. She also found a human settlement. She's fast. She actually does have the most movement speed out of all of my current dolls. So I guess it makes sense. She is fast. Latara doesn't want to make a camp too close to the human settlement. The zones are classified into green, yellow, and red zones. This is kind of like a measure of how much radiation. It's a measure of how livable a space is. She looks like a small Christmas tree. Yeah. She's got that messy hair, and she's got a star on her hat. I was gonna say, so green zones are the most habitable, and that's where you'll find most of the human settlements, or what's remaining of the human settlements. Yellow is kind of that in-between area where there's still risk of radiation, but it is kind of the in-between between green and red. So there is a government project to rehabilitate the radiated areas, and I guess they start with turning yellow zones into green zones. Latara is saying if we want to avoid humans, we gotta move more, move in the direction of the red zones. Where I live is classified as a red zone.
レッドエリア？ダメだダメだ。ここにいる人形たちは誰もレッドエリアに行ったことがない。物資も戦力にも乏しい状況で、あまりにも無謀だ。
Rehabilitation P5 reference. Someone see P5? Oliver thinks the red zones are way too dangerous to be in. Plus, the dolls themselves don't have the equipment to stay inside red zones for too long. So it seems like while the dolls are resistant to the collapse radiation, they're not impervious to it. In any case, they don't have the supplies to move further into the red zone, so they are kind of stuck until they get more supplies. Suomi's sudden exclamation interrupts Ulrid's complaint. Suomi brought back a friend? I mean, radiation does screw with computers. You can shield against it pretty well, but sometimes space lasers screw with them. Not a joke. Makes sense. She found a friend from her old days at Griffin. Griffin was the PMC group that you're part of in GFL1. But radiation also helps with Mario 64 speedruns, really? Suomi's friend is currently in hibernation and her body's pretty beat up, so she brought her back with her, but she needs to get repairs or a replacement body. Obviously, military hardware in a situation where super radiation expected will be more hardened, but nothing is invincible. Okay, so as far as we're aware. There was this dude doing a 64 speedrun. Suomi looks down in apprehension. She peeks up at Ulrid to her left, who appears deep in thought with her lips pursed. Then at Latara, who's rubbing her chin in silence. She dares not make a peep. And he randomly upwarped in the clock tower. Ulrid wants to prioritize repairing dolls that are combat ready, but since Suomi's friend did work for the PMC group, she knows, she's pretty confident that her friend is good in a fight, and her name was KSVP. KSVK. She's an exceptional sniper. And the explanation that was eventually settled on was that it was a space radiation flipping a bit. Interesting. Suomi's head droops as she trails off. Apparently her friend KSVK is in critical damage, and if she doesn't get repaired soon, her neural Neurocloud will be permanently damaged.
よし、決まりだ。
They're gonna fix her up.
メンタルが崩壊しそうというのに、ここで直さなかったら、よせ。私の
We could be getting that story wrong. It mentioned, like, in passing, a larger video about space radiation. Interesting.
互換性があるといいんだが。怪我しないよ。だったら私も。僕の。お前はよした方がいいんじゃないか。今はまだ大丈夫。それに KSVK が仲間に入ってくれるならもっと効率。お姉様。
Hope they had a microwave in her this time.
さあ。
All right, they're gonna go repair KSVK.
これで好きなことをする時間ができましたね。
It's taking me a while to get through these missions. They're only on mission 2. Holy crap. And we're already 2 hours in. Oh my god. We're like here, I think. Oh, this is gonna be a while. What is it? In the dark space, a rustling noise can be heard in the corner, but it ceases after a dull gunshot. The metal door opens with a few sparks. A hunched figure slips inside stealthily and takes in the surroundings.
息袋は見当たらないよ。よし、こちらも侵入する。見て、あの棚の上に箱がいっぱい。バッテリーがこんなに20個以上あるよ。
All these like no-faced tactical, all these no-faced dolls, they just have pots for helmets. It's funny.
本当に慌てずリストの。どうした？大丈夫。本当に平気なの？はい。なんだこれは。これって種？わかりません。ウルフィン。ウルフィン。あの植物が。
I forgot that dude from Awakening.
休眠してしばらく経つな。
It's metal. Its head size be like a bucket. Zombie. Oh, Donald. You're thinking about Donald. He like bucket zombie PVC and triple your health.
はい。いえいえ、ウルリドさんが謝ることじゃ。今は戦力が必要ですし、それに休眠は彼女。少し。え？当然だ。ウルフィンが再起動した日。でもそれくらい平気だ。さあ、種をしまったらバッテリーを運ぶ手伝いをしてくれ。こうし。そうだ。
So they were able to find a ton of supplies in this warehouse.
ロッタ、何してるの？どいて。一緒に。礼には及びません。探索チームと同行。そうだな。はい。うん。エピフィラムの世話をしていた人形でしょ？アレンがいなくなってからエピフィラムを探す。いや、ロッタが種を見つけてな。ウルフィン。 早く物資を集めて。本当に。そういえばこの倉庫、ここにはいろんな肥料や照明、温度管理設備が。あっちには農作業用の機械もあった。
Seems like there's a lot of agricultural tools in here. There's a lot of seeds and fertilizer and planting automation.
あそこには種が保存されていた。僕も同じことを。
Before Litara can finish writing, the warehouse doors slam shut from the outside with a deafening clang. Litara's pen slips, leaving a long black line on the notepad.
なんだ。
Are we under attack? Hey, it's a cutscene.
ゲートが。どうする？ウルリド。様子を見る。ウルリド、気を。
Oh, I think I missed a cutscene. There's your eyelids. Yeah, fully 3D animated. Bathilda got knocked the fuck out. Yeah, those are elids. She is a T-doll, so their bodies are a lot stronger, but she did get damaged a little bit. I'm actually disappointed I missed these cutscenes because they're really cool. It's she has a camo, optical camo. She doesn't have a blinking. Oh. That's KSPK. We missed this cutscene, unfortunately. We'll finish this and then we'll go back to watch the cutscene we missed. Elids are following us, Suomi. Get ready to eliminate them. Combat start. Auto battle. Yeah, they're super cool. Jesus Christ, 7,000 damage. I really am overpowered for this. Nice. Just as the Elid's teeth are about to close around Lotta, the plant automation that has been lost in the chaos suddenly reappears. It whirs as it rams right into the growling Elid, then crashes into the wall with a loud clang, tips over onto the floor. Its battery falls out of the slot. Bathilda can't see in one of her eyes right now. Ah! Hey Amber, thanks for the hydrate. Everyone please take a sip of water. Thanks for the alert. Meow. Lotta is still clutching the battery that has been burned to a crisp slightly. It's exasperated. Mathilda yanks the battery out and tosses it aside. Tears start welling up in Lotta's eyes as she bites her lips stiffly. Seeing her like this, Allred feels like she should say something to comfort her. Dushevnaya. Allred is just trying to cheer up Lotta, but she kind of fumbled it. How do you like Girls Frontline 2? It's fun. We just watched one of the CG animations and it was really cool. Hey, it's Foobs. Welcome in. How was PoE 2? How are you enjoying that? Alright, let's go back to the other cutscene. A lot of fun. Spent the first 5 hours playing this. Were you doing the second half of the event? Let's see. I think we just did 1-3. So yeah, the old friend that Sylvain brought back turned out to be her. Commander, the good news I have for you is we found Miss KSVK. You actually did with the first 3 hard mode missions. Nice. Although our situation is very precarious, it feels like a miracle to run into a lost companion in the Yellow Zone. I ended up skipping all these cutscenes the first time around because I was running out of time before I overcapped on the hard mode tickets. So I'm going back to reread all these. I hope I will run into you like this as well someday, Commander. A chance encounter wouldn't be a breach in that agreement, so it wouldn't cause you any trouble, right? Have you finished your Nikkei event missions? I did. That last one hurt my hand so much. You didn't actually need to get an S rank in it. You just had to like play it and you would have gotten the rewards. Commander, I will now explain Miss KSVK's condition in greater detail. Things are a bit confusing, so I may not be able to explain it very clearly. Please try your best to make sense of my letter when you receive it. If we ever meet again, I'll also explain it in person. When I saw that you just had to do it, I didn't even try. I didn't realize that you didn't need to get an S, or it didn't matter what score you got. So I actually played it for 6 minutes straight, and then my hand was like cramping by the end of it. It seems like the damage to KSVK is so much that she might have lost all of her memories of Latara and Suomi, but she should still have all of her combat experience, so she should still be able to fight really well. The two dolls run to the crude maintenance area and are greeted by the sight of a unique doll with animal ears sitting on the floor. A panicking Suomi is standing off to the side with a mechanical arm in her hands. Flustered, Suomi drops the mechanical arm on the floor. Then she picks it up again and dusts it off stiffly. After wiping her dusty hands on her clothes, Suomi pulls the doll off the floor apologetically with Ulrid's help. Seems like they didn't have a whole lot of parts to repair KSVK. So Suomi was explaining to KSVK that they needed her help to fight some elids, and she immediately started running to fight them. So Suomi tried to hold her back by pulling on her arm and ripped it right off. She speaks funny. They're trying to fill in KSVK. From the disappearance of the bounty hunter and the convoy leader Alan to the dolls forming their own doll collective to survive, Ulrich gives KSVK a summary of everything they've been through. Nemesis Light. She also explains the voting system that the dolls have just adopted with Atara's help for making major decisions. KSVK speaks funny. She's like a chuny. KSVK is about to rip her temporary arm off. Rosalind calmly stops KSVK from charging out again. She wraps the back of the chair with the spanner in her hand. Her smile is gentle but also stern. Oh, it's Corey. Hep, welcome in. Saya, welcome in. Let me give you a shout out, Corey. Hello. Solandis, welcome in. The forest rises. Welcome in, guys. Greetings from Corey's garden. Welcome in, Star. It's good to see you guys. How was you were playing, I mean, it says you were doing art, but you were playing We Were Here with Eliza, weren't you? How did that go? It went terrible? Oh no. Terrible how? Terrible as in like you guys messed with each other a lot. Suzu, welcome in. Corey had a lot of headbanging fun. I bet. If you did switch to art, you want to share what you were working on, feel free to send a link into the chat. I hope everyone's doing well. Saya, we can play Stronova usually on the days that I'm not streaming, but I would be happy to play Stronova with you. You're finished Campanino. Ooh, are you still working on it? Did you finish? The friendship was challenged. I think it's supposed to be challenged when you play a game like that. I'd send it, but Twitch is looking at it. Ah, gotcha. Well, I hope you get access to automatic approvals soon. We can yap about it later then. Nice. I don't think you have me on Discord, right? I would say feel free to contact me through DMs, either Twitter, Blue Sky, or Discord anytime. Because I do need to get your IGN in order to add you to the friends list. You will find me. Okay. Sounds fun. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Ave Red, but you can call me Ave. I'm a support class VTuber. I do a lot of charity streams. Today we are playing Girls Frontline 2. It is a brand new gacha game that released, I think like last week, actually. It's been 1 week since this game came out. I've been a huge fan of Girls Frontline 1 for many years. And I'm super excited that GFL 2 has finally released globally and I get to play it. We're currently doing an event quest because the last time I went through this event, I skipped all the cutscenes due to a shortage of time. But now we're going back because the second half of the event is released and I want to know what actually happened. You want to see the combat? Yeah, we can definitely show you the combat. I am extremely over leveled for this event, so combat is extremely straightforward and easy. I can do it in auto battle without even looking. I usually do all of this in 3 times speed auto battle, which looks kind of silly and doesn't make a lot of sense, but I can lower the speed a little bit to make it look a little bit nicer. You mean you lost your neurologs? But neither Miss Latara nor I knew Miss KSVK very well back then. What I've been doing is, just to get through these dialogues a little bit faster, is anytime there's voice dialogue, I try to summarize what's happening rather than waiting for the dialogue to finish and then reading it back to you guys. But what was I gonna say? Raiders, feel free to hang out. Feel free to do any post-stream activities if you need to get up, if you need to get something to eat or drink, or if you need to head to bed. Feel free. You're not obligated to stay. But if you do, much appreciated. Feel free to lurk. Feel free to hang out. Feel free to ask questions about this game at any point. Thank you for the community hydrate and posture check. Everyone, please take a sip of water. And check your posture. Thanks, Star.
この名前を取り戻せただけでも大いなる一歩だ。つまりその通り。
We have found an old friend, but she doesn't seem to remember anything about their time together. But regardless, we are trying to get some supplies because we are running out of repair kits for all of our T-dolls.
リッタラ殿の知恵に満ちた振る舞いは勇者に付き添う賢者に見えたものでな。知恵に満ちたって。ありがとう。お前の加入は。
Okay, cutscene's over. We can start the next battle. Commander, poor Miss KSVK looked very much like a migratory bird who had been separated from her flock after being reactivated. Miss Latara and I told her many stories about our time at Griffin. Those didn't seem to mean anything to Miss KSVK. Only at the mention of your name did her eyes suddenly light up with recognition and hope. Sorry about that. She asked us a lot of questions about you. Sometimes she looked sad, and sometimes she smiled as she listened. She said it felt both strange and familiar. Even though she remembered nothing but your name, she was certain that everything we told her had indeed happened. Thank you. It was a cough. I still have a scratchy throat from my pneumonia, but I think I'm feeling a lot better. The coughs have not been nearly as intense as they used to be. So I should be recovering soon. You get blessed anyways. Thank you, Saya. Thank you, Star. Perhaps you are the key that would unlock her memories. But at least she found her own name, as well as us. Our doll community may just be a tiny, unsteady boat, but I firmly believe that as long as we have each other, we'll make it through the storm. However, despite the unexpected and joyful reunion, we are still faced with a lot of aggravating problems. From what Miss Latara has told me, Big Sis is worrying herself sick over them. I really want to help her, but I don't know what to do. 2 hours after a vote was called, Overett paces anxiously in a circle like a caged beast. When she passes the chair that she was just sitting in front of for the third time, she finally trips over it. Oh, what is that noise? Overett tosses away the scalp massager, then pulls out a battered rubber pig from her pouch and starts squeezing it like mad. She bounces her leg restlessly as the rubber pig squeals and snorts. That explains what that noise was. Overett is basically playing with a stress toy. My captions? Did I say something funny again? Oh, I want to eat noise. Yeah. It happens. Sometimes my captions will say something funny. As long as it's funny and not something like really bad, it's okay. It seems like their vote failed. So they've found some supplies, but getting to the supplies is fairly dangerous. There's a lot of monsters in between, and a lot of them don't feel it is safe to retrieve those supplies. So eventually the vote had failed to decide to pick up the supplies. Ulrid is trying to appeal the decision and see if that she can get more people to agree that it is worthwhile to claim those supplies, even if it is dangerous. Ah! Who put that snake there? Welcome in, Myra. How you doing? How is work, Savage? Thanks for the headbats. And it's blah. I mean, I figured. I hope it's at least a little bit manageable. Back at it tomorrow. Get some rest. I'm sure it's gonna be a long day. Thanks for patting Bruno. Aurora is convincing everyone that they'll have a better chance of succeeding because now they have a strong friend with them. They have Dosha Naya. Get a Bruno patting gif of Calliope for stream. Is Calliope the name of your cat, Corey? Is her sock eating doggo? I see, I see. How many socks has Calliope eaten? Our vote succeeded. Now we're gonna go ahead and get the supplies. Okay, two options. I already finished this mission before the raid, but this mission does have a really cool CGI animation for those who want to look at it. Alternatively, we can continue on because we're trying to get through all of this. Actually, I don't even think we're gonna be able to get through all of this tonight, which means I'll have to do the second part of the event off stream. Saya, do you want to see the really cool animation followed by a battle, or do you want to just go right into the battle? Never. She is evil. That's funny. Do what I want. Okay, let's continue. In the ruins of the thermal power station, Suomi and Bethilda are standing outside the door of the building, keeping an eye out for danger while also guarding their supplies. Suomi seems to think things are suspicious. Even though they cleared out the monsters nearby, she's surprised she hasn't seen any since. So it looks like she is.
検証したいことが。バチルダさん、放射線測定器を持っていますか？
She wants to test out a hypothesis.
もちろん。どこへ行くんですか？すぐに戻りますから。
Inside the power station, Ulrid quietly opens a door and slips inside a room. She sweeps her flashlight across the space, and after making sure it is safe, she calls for her teammates to come inside.
この部屋、他と違います。気をつけろ。終了だな。また。
Seems like they entered a lab. Ulrid walks over the wall and takes down the picture frame. She wipes away the dust with her fingers. It is a photograph of two unfamiliar dolls. Having explored multiple rooms, the dolls are no longer fazed by the discovery.
やっぱり同じ写真だ。
They've seen this photo before.
この二人、誰なんだろう。どの部屋にも彼女。左側の人形、不気味だな。わからないことだらけだ。メンタルの処理が追いつかない。そもそもこんな汚染エリアの近くに。
Some context for the people who are unfamiliar with this game. All these characters are known as T-dolls. They're basically combat androids, so they're not human.
もしかしたら近くの集落に電気を通すためか？装備の偵察情報によれば、この辺に発電所が必要。もっと遠くの集落に給電するにしても。気に病むな。あらゆる可能性を想定することに意味がある。
Corey, do you have a stream deck? This is not a loaded question. I just don't know. Maybe it was a controller. I forget. I thought Corey had something on their throne and it got funded. I'm not sure if it was a stream deck or if it was something else though.
調査活動？そうだ。ビーコンやら頂上列車やらいろいろあるだろう。根拠に乏しいと言わ。厳しいことを言ってくれる。私の推測が確かなら、写真の二人の人形は。うん。そして何かしらの事故が起きて、それなら冷却塔の意外と確かに。
Ah, it's okay. I did remember correctly. It's all Aku's fault. Ulrid hangs the picture frame back on the wall and dusts her hands off before joining the tower and Lotta at the terminal.
起動はしたのですが、何もデータが残ってなくて。それは確かに不自然だね。意図的に隠されて。セカンダリレベルからどうした？気になっているのだろう？はい。真相究明の。何を遠慮している？安全に探索するためにも真相。それでも納得できないなら。
Looks like they're gonna try and hack into the system to get more information out of the terminal. So this is gonna be more of a virtual fight than a real one. That's a lot of turrets. I hope none of those are active. Anyways, we can go ahead and start the battle. I will do this one manually just for you, Saya. Cancel rewind. The 1 time speed and manual should still be pretty easy. To be honest, hack into the operating system and gain access. Okay. So Suomi is going to move over to this square. I'm going to use her ult. And it's going to hit these 3 enemies here. Suomi's ult is really broken. It does AoE damage. It gives everyone shields. It gives everyone a buff. It's her ult is more OP at V1. I do have V1. It gives heals and shields and everything nice. Nice. Tololo gets a second turn. And move over here. Have her take out the other turret. Kaboom! I've alerted all the guards, but it should be okay. Lota's gonna move up, throw a grenade over here. It should take out these two enemies. Nice. She gets a second turn. Gonna have her take out this guy behind cover. Mio, welcome. How you doing? And I'm gonna have Chongjo finish off the last guy. I'm extremely over leveled for this fight, so everything is extremely simple for me. Is there more? No, there's no more. Okay. So I'll probably just have... I don't think Tolo can reach it. Yeah, Tolo is not going to reach it. How you doing, Mio? Hope you've been well. All right, next turn I should win. Connect. Yay! Mission complete. Huh, there really are hidden files. Underslept but good. Oh. Do you have to be up for something, Mio? Any chance you can go back to sleep? There really are hidden files. Seems like it's all agricultural research documents about how to grow crops in a contaminated zone. They found a hidden entranceway? They found some drones. Seems like all the monsters are attracted to the cooling tower. For some reason there's a high amount of radiation there. Just trying to reset my biorhythm, circadian rhythm. Very funny. Good luck with that though. They're gonna transport the supplies back before surveying the rest of the ruins, starting with the area where they seem to be doing a lot of their crop research. Beneath the dull sky of the contamination zone, with Latara navigating, the lightly equipped dolls travel quietly and cautiously towards the experimental field, stepping over the occasional elid carcass strewn across the ground. Ulrid slows down to let Suomi, Dushevnaya, and Lotta walk ahead as she falls in line with Latara. Realizing the obvious change of topic, Latara looks toward Ulrid. Not only is she avoiding eye contact, she walks so fast her arms does not swing correctly with the opposing leg. Latara thus rushes over and grabs Ulrid, causing her to bend backward. She scratches Ulrid's head lightly with the clawed hands. Ulrid cautiously glances over the three who have walked over to her front. She warily hangs her head. Ulrid seems to be really nervous. They're wary of encountering other humans at this facility. Rosalind did not finish taking stock of all the supplies before they departed for the power station. The nearly depleted stocks of the doll collective worry her to no end. Good night, Saya. Thanks for hanging out. Shark, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Shark, do I have you added yet? I don't remember. I think we're on the same server, right? You're on the Sunborn server? Oh, you were Dullahan. Alright, I'll need to rename you to Shark. Yeah, I was mad at you for being level 36. You were mad at me for being level 34. Now I'm 36. There are people who are higher level than me. Bubiki here is probably level 40. Yeah, so there's actually two servers. Two or three. And it's based off your region. So there's the Sunborn slash Darkwater server, 39. And Howplay, yes. And then there's the Howplay server. And it varies depending on which country you're currently residing in. Dark Winter, not Darkwater. I was thinking about Red Dead Redemption 2. I was thinking about Blackwater. Okay. Shark, don't worry about it. All that means is you can borrow my T-dolls and I'll get money for it. Sounds like someone else for me to add. Not unless you got Sharkery. I do have Sharkery. If you look at my ID, you can see all the characters that I use. For some reason, she doesn't exist in my game. I have Sharkery, I have Tololo, I have Changzhou, I have Suomi, and I use Lota. Lotta's very good for AoE. Very strong. Especially since you can get her maxed out through this event. Got her as well, but my Vepley does even more insane damage, so everyone saying she is bad is just wrong. I think it's not. I mean, so at her current state, you can get through any of the missions with any T-doll. I think a lot of the people who are saying people are good, people are bad, is due to they're basically reading posts and websites based off the Chinese server, which has been out for a year. So a lot of these people are speaking like, yes, these characters are bad, or these characters are underperforming in the CN servers compared to their existing pool. So we have a much smaller pool, and the difficulty of these missions is not high at all. So Vepley is considered an underperformer compared to other available T-dolls. And I mean, I'm sure you can beat anything with any team you want, but I guess if you want to compare objectively, there are other higher performing T-dolls. Well, when I see her cracking 5k damage, I'm gonna say she's good. I mean, that's fine. Vepley doesn't really synergize with my team, so I mean, it's that she doesn't synergize with my team, but also I'm trying to stick with like 5 to 6 dolls, because there's only so many resources to go around. And I'd rather focus on single target T-dolls than an AoE T-doll, because there's more content right now that requires single target power than AoE. I made the exception with Lota because she is a really strong AoE and she's useful to have in one particular game mode, which is what's it called? Like the true value something. What did I call it? PVA. Yeah, my team is Sharkery, Vepley, Suomi, and Nemesis. I am using Tololo, Changzhou, Suomi, and either Sharkery or Lota, depending on the game mode. But if it's one of the modes that lets me use 5 characters, then I'll use both Sharkery and Peak Cinema. Very funny. Peak Cinema assessment. The dolls maintain formation in the pitch darkness, slowly descending the stairs. If I'm allowed 5, I add in Groza. Right now, I feel like the content is easy enough that you can more or less brute force everything. So, like, because my Suomi serves as healer, shielder, and semi-tank, right? I basically have Suomi and then all DPS. Dusk, welcome in. Where did you get all those sharks and why did you throw them at my face? Why have you done this? Blue arcs of electricity sparkle all over the surroundings. A massive red lights light up the walls. The silhouettes of bots crisscross in the dim lighting. Sounds of scraping metal resonate through the previously silent environment. Cute sharks. According to online stuff, Suomi takes over the tank and healer roles. That is right. Although her heals aren't nearly as strong until you get her fortification 1. Otherwise, she has like very minor heals. I think it's like a 5% heal if you end your turn near Suomi, which isn't always feasible. Yeah, it's like night and day after getting her to B1. Yeah, if she's a V0, it is recommended to use an actual tank or different healer. Yeah, if you like to use if you like to use Sharkery, then Ksenia is a very good option for a healer because she does have a skill that applies overburn, which means Sharkery will be able to do her follow-up attack off of Ksenia's attack. Ksenia is also really good for buffing too. Buffing, healing, stability, recovery. She has her own follow-up attack as well, so you can chain a lot of these attacks. Ulrid urges the dolls to leave while she stands guard on the narrow staircase, striking down bots beneath her that attempt to ascend. The bot she strikes falls and crash into each other, but any gap formed is quickly swarmed by even more bots, their overwhelming electric arcs making Ulrid's scalp feel numb. Yeah, and Suomi can chain off of chains. I don't think Suomi can chain off of chains. You sure? I think Suomi can only chain off of targeted attacks. Pretty sure. Sister, careful, there's surveillance up ahead. Damn it, they're blockading our withdrawal route. No choice, they have to be eliminated. Alright. Yeah, just auto battle. 3 times speed. This'll take 2 seconds. Vigils, welcome in. Suomi does a preemptive assist before your actual damage dealer shoots. Yes. All that her chain comes first, but I love how she will kill steal. It's very specific. So I believe Suomi has the same assist attack that most pistol characters have, most handgun characters have. But it's the opposite of a character like Chongdo, who will do the attack after the main attacker. The group executes a fighting retreat, breaking through the army of bots surrounding them. But as they escape the building, gray-green snowflakes descend upon them. Radioactive snow! Cheetah also attacks first, I see. I think they all have the same type of assist attack. Man, I'm going to be spending all 4 hours just on this set. What is this, defense mission? No, it's just hold off enemy attacks. That'll be easy. Just murder everyone. They're kind of spread apart, so I think I'll replace Sloto with Sharkery here. Sharkery's follow-up attack is after damage is dealt. I love how Lotte can just chain nukes with herself, yes. Ow, rude. Those guys kind of remind me of like scarecrows. I do Vepli's 8 move though, it's so nice. It is true. Vepli does benefit from having a lot of movement. And movements, I mean, if you've ever played a strategy game before, movements is a very important attribute. That's why I like my flyers and Fire Emblem maximum movements. Suomi also has, I think, like 7 or 8 movements. Lotte has 7 move, I think. 6 or 7 move. Because one of her fortifications does give her 1 permanent move. At the corner of a dilapidated building's 3rd floor, an anxious face peeks out of window just with a fragment of glass left on it. It is Ulrich and her companions hiding in the corridor of this building. After ensuring that the others are hidden well, Ulrich carefully looks out the window. She has 6 move until she gets that 4. Yeah. Oh! Holy crap. She got stabbed through the chest. Ulrich feels what seems to be a shining object poking through her chest, followed by sparks which signify mechanical damage. Her neural module sends signals of her damaged chest, and Ulrich instinctively grasps the sharp, ice-cold object, preventing her opponent from cutting further into her chest. At this moment, Dushevnaya's bullet hits something standing behind Ulrich. The blade piercing Ulrich is pulled out in an instant. Latara reaches out to cover Ulrich's chest wound. Tissue fluid and machine oil flow freely from her stab wound, staining Latara's hand. She looks scary. I mean, I've already beaten her multiple times, so I've never seen her up close like this. The strange phantom-like doll deftly darts around, using the objects in the corridor to evade the hail of fire directed towards her. She rapidly approaches Ulrich's group, situated on the other end of the corridor. Ulrich shoots the ceiling connector of a hanging light, sending it crashing down along the pieces of the weakened ceiling. The strange doll shifts around repeatedly to dodge the falling debris, forcing her to pull away from the group. Under Suomi and Lotte's fire, the ceiling produces falling debris once again, but the strange doll has nimbly managed to dodge the falling objects. Ulrich breaks the already half-broken window, helping Lotte up to the ledge. Ulrich and Latara land and roll a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Suomi and Dushevnaya, it's so hard to say her name, Dushevnaya, help them up. Immediately afterwards, the strange doll chasing them jumps down too, her durable body emitting a dull, loud slam on the ground. Dushevnaya's round strikes the strange doll's forehead, causing her head to lurch back in an uncanny manner. But in the next second, her neck emits a series of clicking sounds and returns to its normal position. Her forehead is marked with a faint dent. I hated that I got hard pity on both Suomi and Ulrid's banners. I did too. I got hard pity on Suomi, lost the 50-50, and then got hard pity again for both of my Suomi polls after. So my luck with these polls have been really bad. Strange doll rapidly advances right to the front of Dushevnaya with no one to stop her. Dushevnaya, who is still in sniping stance, is unable to respond in time. Lotta comes in the nick of time by suddenly pushing Dushevnaya's left hand from behind, causing her to land on her back. Her opponent's grazes the tip of her nose, but at the same time, a snapping sound is heard from her left shoulder. Lotta is still looking at the mechanical arm in her hand with a stunned look at her face. The strange doll attacks, so Lotta instinctively reacts by swinging the only melee weapon-like object she had in her hand, Dushevnaya's arm. I lost my 50-50 on Suomi after hitting hard pity, but managed to get her V1 after hitting around 60 pulls. Nice, nice. Mechanical arm lands a hit on the strange doll, then flies out of Lotta's hand. Good thing that the strange doll seems to have its movement slowed due to the recent heavy strike from Lotta. I feel like they're just fooling around right now. Under Ulrid and Latara's covering attacks, Sully picks up Dushevnaya's dropped arm, then turns and runs towards Ulrid and the others. The one-armed Dushevnaya scrambles to pick herself up from the ground. Retreat! Run! How many more do we have? After their hasty escape, the group is eventually forced to hide in the cooling tower full of steam in order to hide from the strange doll. The few dolls meekly hide in a relatively clean corner, away from the yellow-green specked steam rising from the bottom of the tower. Latara checks Dushevnaya's arm socket. The incident from a few minutes back adds to her worries. She wants to write a letter again, but obviously now this is not the time. Light footsteps are heard, causing Suomi and Lotta to rise in alert. Ulrid has returned from her scouting. Suomi hands her a rag, which she uses to wipe off the droplets on her body. Ulrid looks down to see her chest, which is now covered by a thick layer of insulating tape after being stabbed earlier. She lightly pats it. She had a whole ass sword through her chest and she's perfectly fine. Ulrid waves at Suomi, then makes 2 steps in. She sees Latara wrap Dushevnaya's shoulder with tape. Perks of being a robot. Tis just a flesh wound. Dushevnaya lost her arm. It's just a flesh wound. Ulrid turns to face her after not hearing Latara's reply. She notices that Latara is deep in thought while staring at a nearby pipe with hot water gushing out of it.
設置して煙突効果で大気中にコーラップする粒子をばらまくことで放射線量を上昇させているんだ。これまでの情報から異常のある冷却灯は全部で3つ。
つまりこれらの冷却灯を機能停止させれば、そうなれば生き袋も集まらなくなり、
続き？
そうだ、実験畑の詳細はまだ確認できていない。もしここで食料を生産することができるなら、今後資金に困る心配はない。
If they can deactivate all the cooling towers, they might be able to reduce the radiation in the area. If they reduce the radiation in the area, all the elids will leave. Then they can get their hands on all the supplies.
お金があればサーバーも拡張できる。みんなもう、でも
それに持ち帰った物資もまだ十分とは言えない。監視カメラ、ここで生き袋を排除すれば、今後もっと楽に物資を、人形用の修理ポットも使えるようにしなければ。別にずっとここで暮らすとは言っていない。だが
あの人形と
確かに
どうやって？あの人形は確かに写真に写もし彼女たちを指揮する人間がいるとしたら、
だが
稼働したまま放置されている発電施設と、未だそれを守り続けている機械と人形、どれか一つだけならまだしも、これら全ての偶然が同時に起こるとは考えられない。
そうだ。
Ulrid is no longer able to mask her own dismay. She slumps down to the ground, holding her head in distress. Latara's analysis has revealed all sorts of pessimistic results, bearing a serious look on her face. Latara is worried that this place is actually still functioning as intended, and there's still people who are managing this area, so it would be risky to try and settle here. At this moment, Ulrid hears a low-volume mail notification from Rosalind. I was so mad getting Paratia as my 50-50 failure, then immediately pulling her again on standard. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it'll be nice to have Paratia for when you get Klukai. So think of it as a long-term investment.
ごめんね。そんな、ここはダメ。儚い希望すら打ち砕いてくるか。
Yeah, I'll need V6 Paratia. Ulrid is silent. She hangs her head, her eyes staring at her communicator with a stiff look on her face. Latara, too, lowers her head and purses her lips. Noticing their expressions, Suomi tries to console them in a panic, but is anxious and on the verge of tears herself.
大丈夫です。あの人形の行動パターンもちゃんと記憶しましたから、今度こそ冷静に対処してみせます。皆さんのことも必ず守って。
Suomi will protect everyone. Suomi's anxious words are carried in a sobbing tone. Ulrid pinches her thighs hard.
これではダメだ。人間に頼らず生きていくと決めたのに、人間の存在に怯えてどうする。
お姉様。
Ulrid keeps her communicator in one swift motion, then springs up from the ground, pressing her hands down hard on Suomi's shoulders.
心配をかけてすまない。ソミ。
Somni.
ありがとう。
Is that what my my closed caption said? Somni? Sorry to have made you worried. I didn't expect that Suomi was the stronger one between the two of us.
もう悩むのはやめだ。ここに誰がいようと関係ない。私たちには物資が必要だし、ウルフィンのように起動。
Her name is Somni. Her name is Suomi.
だからどうすればいいか教えてくれ。お前の方が演算能力は上だからな。
大胆とか、どの口が言うんだか。
Despite her complaints, Latara diligently begins a new round of calculations. She holds her black pen, writing rapidly on her notepad.
これまでにない計画の予感がするぞ。みんなもサポートしてやってくれ。
Ulrid heaves a sigh of relief seeing the dolls surround Latara. She then quickly checks her mail, clutching the old worn rubber pig in her bag.
ここから先の行動についてだけど、まず大前提として、仮に人間がいたとしても、
勝手に
静かにし
I love her rubber pig toy.
君はどうしたい？
It's her stress relief. She also has a cat head massager. Ulrid seems like the responsible adult, but she's actually just a mess. Would you say she's a bit of a girl fail?
私はまずあの人形が誰かの指示を受けているのか、後者だとしたら私たちを侵入者とみなしても、
まさか話し合いで解決しようとしている？その傷、もっと深かったらその場で一刀両断されて。
Latara punches Ulrid's stab wound on purpose, but held back so she wouldn't damage her further. Ulrid covers her wound with her hand, putting on an exaggerated expression of pain.
待て、こうい倉庫で生き袋と戦闘になった時も、実験畑まで向かう途中も、
確かに。
そう、プログラムにして、あの人形も同様なのだろう。
常世の番。
もしそうなら、ただ話し合いで解決する手段があるなら、積極的に取っていきたいというのが正直なところだ。仮に彼女の背後に人間がいた場合、彼女を破壊することは交渉決裂を意味する。
でも、
それは試してみないとわからない。今度遭遇した時は、
They're gonna try talking to the doll instead. I don't think that's gonna work out very well.
たとえ砂粒ほどの可能性。
私たちはずっとそうやってかけてきたんだ。
僕のシミュレーションでは、その可能性は限りなくゼロに近い。十分な準備が必要だから、実験畑周辺の状況を加味して計画を立てておくね。その
ああ、
計画は立てるけど、弾薬も残り少ないし。
そうだな。
Ulrid is the first to step out of concealment, but she's suddenly frozen in place.
来るな。
Oh, the doll's here.
追ってきたのか。
After she looks through the dim lighting to ensure her teammates are probably hidden, she raises both her hands up high, facing the strange doll who is holding a weapon.
こちらに敵意はない。聞こえていないのか。
Remove, protect, hidden. Oh no, the strange doll suddenly attacks, but Ulrid managed to duck and evade just in time. An explosion rings out nearby. That's all the bots. A large number of bots appear from behind the water vapor. The strange doll attacks Ulrid once again. Alright, next battle. We can just auto battle this, so it should be fast. Looks like we're trying to retreat. Oh, wait, is this the boss? No, this isn't the boss fight. Why won't this thing stop tailing us? We have to fight them off. Let's see. Is that it? Okay. Eliminate at least 2 enemy teams. I mean, it's whatever. Single target's fine. Oh, she is like a phantom. Creepy doll is her name. You're attacking the wrong things. Oh, I guess we were done. That was it. It's fleeing. I do think that the translation in this game is a little bit shoddy. Here and there, I feel like they could have done a little bit more proofreading. Yeah, it's a little inconsistent. Okay, we're on the second cutscene. We have 3 more to go. All right, because this was the boss. Yeah, cutscene. At the camp 3 kilometers away from the thermal power stations, Rosalind raises her spanner, staring at Ulrid's team heading back in a wretched state. Rosalind abruptly tightens the tape to secure Dishivnaya's arm. She exerts so much strength such that Dishivnaya is unable to continue her sentence. In the CBT, it used to be so much worse. Some main story missions were just indecipherable. That's so funny. I wonder who they hired to do these translations. I mean, it must be like different people doing different sections, right? It's not like it's the same person doing everything. That'd be way too much dialogue. But clearly there's like a inconsistent quality in the translations. Some sentences just like they make sense, and other ones are just like, what? What did you just say? And it's not because it was Nemesis or Dishivnaya either. Although I imagine it's very difficult to translate Nemesis's lines. First round is MTL, I think. Possibly. Looks like the next round of voting has finished. Commander, this is my... It's been a lot of letters sent to you. This nearly became my last ever letter to you. The thermal power station is way too scary. It's like a gigantic trap, like a fake oasis in the desert with jaws in the water. We were quite shaken, and the strange doll we saw, my neurocloud destabilizes every time I think of her. Her neurocloud seems to be malfunctioning, and she is unable to speak or hear our voices. Was she like this before? Will we become like that in the future? Maybe. We all have thoughts and worries like these. We were attacked only after we had entered the experimental field. What is that place to her? Could it be something like her home? Just like what Griffin was once to once was to us? Oh my god. Then could that picture we found be a picture of her and her family? But compared to that, I'm more worried about how Big Sis is doing. Big Sis was always a brave and strong person to me. She has grand ideals in her heart. I once heard her talk about her experiences in the past. After what she's been through, it's only normal that she doesn't want to be bound by commands. It would be much easier if she just went on alone, instead of leading a drifting collective of dolls. Deplosion, welcome to the stream. How you doing? But Big Sis did not do that. She protects and leads the this weak doll collective to pursue the possible and the impossible. Commander, if not for her, we'd probably be long buried and forgotten in the barren wastes. Sometimes I try to tell her not to put too much pressure on herself, but every attempt turns her into encouraging me. She's so much like you, always so strong, and ever able to bring us confidence and hope. But just now, I inadvertently heard a conversation between Big Sis and Latara. Nothing is as simple as I thought. Welcome in, welcome in. Are you here to watch Girls Frontline 2? At night, somewhere along the edge of the doll's camp, Ulrid sits on a relatively flat rock. She stares vacantly into the distance while looking as if she is on guard. You were avoiding her for so long and she found you instead. Another meaningless vote. The arid winds of the contamination zone blow in their faces. Ulrid brushes her tangled hair, thinking that her thoughts are as messy as her hair. Latara pats over its head to comfort her and sits down next to her.
現状だと発電所の探索続行後別の拠点候補を探すことのどちらも成功率は高く
だがこれではそうだリッタラがこの前言った
ちょうど僕も言いたいことがある
まず今回の投票だが発電所内部は危険だが収穫が見込める逆にロザリンからもらったリストによれば今の物資では短時間しか持た
Just seeing what it's all about. Have you played any of the previous games? Bros Frontline 1 was also a mobile gacha game which came out I feel like over a decade ago, it seems like. I remember playing it like 8 years ago. There's also, what is it, like NeuroCloud, which is another Bros Frontline game. Reverse Collapse is a standalone non-gacha game. And then Girls Frontline 2. That's what we're playing now. It has a very vast storyline. NeuroCloud is the GOAT. I never actually played it, Shark. I actually have no idea what it's about. But yeah, I'm very I do like this sort of setting. It's so good you love it. Nice. And I'm glad that Girls Frontline 2 was able to release on global because now I get to play it. And I get to play with my friends.
リスト
とにかくコミュニティの現状を考えれば今は発電所探索の一
今分かっている範囲内発電所へ移住するにあたっての危険要素は無理を認めているからこそ
だがあれだけの物資を持ち帰れたんだもっと回収できればとにかく私たちは物資が必
Yeah,
要
I've been waiting years for this. So glad it's finally here.
この辺は人間もめったに来ないし
I am enjoying it.
障害さえ排除でき
We're
れば
currently doing an event story right now. We've actually already completed this event story, but I had to skip all the cutscenes because I needed to finish. I needed to unlock hard mode before my time ran out. So I ended up skipping all these cutscenes. So we're just looking back on them now. The second half of this event just released, and I didn't want to start it without knowing what the heck happened in the first half. So in terms of productivity, I'm not doing anything I have not done anything productive in the last 3 hours. But I am learning more about the story.
リッタラまでいや心配してくれるのはありがたいだがリスクを考えるばかりだと私もアレンのキャラバンに入ることはなかったし私たちのコミュニティには大勢の人形がいる確かにどちらを選んでもリスクがある
Wait, so you've seen the second part of the story already? No, I haven't. I haven't started the second half yet.
どれを選択する
I wanted to make sure I saw all the cutscenes from the first half before starting the second half. But I don't think I'm going to be able to get to it during this stream. I might have to do it off stream because I still need to unlock hard mode. Because if I wait another day, I'm going to overcap on those tickets.
こんなにためらっているのは
それが今の投票について
そうだこれについては内心とはいえ私の考えが正しいのかもわからないというのが
Forward grabs her head in distress, rubbing it viciously, then takes out her treasured rubber pig to squeeze and knead it. Latara is staggered upon seeing her friend in such an agony over the state of affairs. She purses her lips as if she swallowed what she was about to say, then starts to slowly write something else on paper.
君の言いたいことよくわかるよ
Shark, did you read any of the Dusty Journal in the archive? Because my wife says that oh, you did. Okay, never mind. Then you know. So I need to read that before I start the second part too. You love the side stories?
そうだな。この拠点も長くは使えない。物資が尽きるまでにみんな。
Afterward, Big Sis Ulrid gathered all the dolls together in level 2 to show them pictures and footage of what it looked like inside the Marley thermal power station. She had made special notes to point out the most needed supplies and equipment. Big Sis wanted to begin another round of votes, but the result was unsuccessful again. Perhaps this is simply the behavior of dolls, especially the civilian dolls that make up a large part of our collective. They would definitely lean towards the safer and more stable options when it came to decision making. I really don't know what we should do either. I cannot choose based on the reality of our situation, but I do want to trust Big Sis before anything else. She has led us through so many impossible things, so maybe she could do it this time too. Being a fan of the original game, reading all the side stories, and seeing what happened to some of the dolls is super bittersweet. This game gives me a lot of feels. I've heard some things on Twitter, but I haven't done a deep dive into what has happened. I played Girls Frontline around the beginning, like when it first came out in global, and I played it through. I stopped playing it around the time I think like artillery became a thing, when he started having artillery T-dolls. I don't remember how much longer it goes from there. Probably another like 5 or 6 years, to be honest. Actually, it's still ongoing, I think. But I haven't been able to keep up the story since that point. Yeah, though I think it's coming to an end soon. I guess that makes sense. High risk, high reward. They're debating whether to move on and try their chances at finding another place to get supplies. But Overwood is trying to convince everyone to stay here where they know there are supplies and they know about the danger, rather than try and risk uncertain danger with uncertain supplies. Among the hushed discussions between dolls, Latara steps out and positions herself in front of Ulrid.
一旦この話は置いといて、まずは目先の問題を解決しよう。物資を回収するだけだとしても、発電所内の放射線量を低下させないと。そうね。どちらを取るにせよ、物資がない。そうね。まずは生き延びないと。私は賛成です。今のところ他に物資がある場所もないしね。回収するだけして。あなたたち。バチルダだって。ルーフィンたちとか。それに畑と農業用の設備があるんだよ。あなたまでそんなことを。これがあなたの狙いなんですね。みんなを従わせてこのコミュニティを私物化しようと。
Bathilda is not happy.
違う。もう好きにして。バチルダ。通信を切られた。バチルダ。
She's just a tsundere.
ありがとう。
She's bad at communicating.
さあ。
Ulrid finally manages to relax after checking the results of the recent vote. She disconnects from level 2 and falls backward into a sandy dune.
ひとまずみんなを納得。リッタラ？どうしたん？僕。お姉様。狩猟殿。おお。癒して殿のおかげ。お姉様。早ければ早いほどいいが。まだリッタラと。
What was IOP thinking when designing dolls bad at communicating? True.
リッタラ？実は作戦がなかなか思いつかなくて。体験者殿。
大したことじゃないんだ。
設備だけ見ると汚染エリアで農作物を。発電所はそのために建てられて。
本当にそれだけだと思う。ウルリドだって。
それはそうだが、何度も言うように最終的にレッドエリアへ進むにしても万全な状。さっきから様子がおかしい。みんなに。
I wonder what they base these personalities on.
何？
Atara takes a deep breath and stares at the confused Ulrid with a determined expression. She takes up her pen, scribbling on her notepad rapidly. I love that Suomi's dorm profile says that she was made racist to Soviet weapons dolls as a joke. Yeah, my wife told me about that earlier.
確かに発電所内の情報は公表したけど、まだ運営されている可能性をみんなに打ち明けていない。もしその心配が本当なら移住なんてできないし、さらなる危険要素になりうる。
I've seen screenshots of some of our conversations with PPSH.
それも確証があるわけじゃない。リッタラだって。
でもみんなに教えないのは不自然だし、僕に呼びや。しかも今回が初めてじゃない。
つまりバチルダの言ったことは正しいと言いたいのか？お姉様だってきっとよから。
本当のことを言うと決定権をこちらに集約してもいいと思う。でもそれは君が投票制度を作った時の思いと真逆。君も苦しんでいるだろうから今まで黙っていたけど。
Atara is just worried that Ulrid is taking on too much responsibility, and if things go bad, it might ruin her for good.
大会を行くのに道しるべは必要だ。スオミ、ドシェブヌイ、もういい。
Ulrid buries her face in her hands, but she immediately raises her head. She grits her teeth, trying her best to sound normal as if nothing had happened.
みんなの素体もメンタルも限界だというのに、もう私たちに選択をするよ。発電所に移住できなければ、私たちはコーラップスストームに飲まれるのを待つしかなくなる。
みんなが選択をしないのではなく。
そうだ。
その考えに至った。
Ulrid hates that she is making the decision for people, even if she knows it is the right one. or rather, even though she believes it to be the right one, she feels like she's forcing her ideals and decisions to the rest of the group rather than it being a true democracy, I guess.
僕が話しかけるまでロザリンはずっと僕にもリストを送るべきかない。結論を言うと今回持ち帰った分を加算しても
すまない。私がまとめ役なんか務めたせいでもう引き返せないところ。
最初に決めたようにウルリドが方向性を考えて僕が計画を
私も全力でみんなを守ります。我も尽力しよう。
そうと決まれば
Latara is suddenly enveloped in a hug by the exclaiming Ulrid. Feeling something wet on her cheeks, Latara rubs against her friend reassuringly and hears a loud sniffle from her.
サオミ、大丈夫ね。
Group hug!
いいから。
In the ferocious dry wind of the contaminated zones, four dogs hug each other tightly. How sweet. After picking herself up, Ulrid sends out a message on level 2. Objective: shut down the equipment of any cooling tower that contains collapsed crystals to solve the issue of high collapse radiation levels, while ensuring the safety of all members. Collect and utilize as many supplies as possible. Ulrid? Oh.
みんなが準備できたのを確認したら僕と一緒に予備プランを。
わかった。
今だから言うけど僕の同意なし。
Ulrid hurriedly leaves. Latara stomps on the ground in anger.
仲直りができましたね。承知した。
Yay, they've all made up. Okay. Last 3 combats, this is gonna be easy. The combats themselves are not difficult. We can just blaze through them.
お姉様、接続準備完了しました。いつでも行けます。
あ、一班は位置についた。
2班の位置。こちら3班。
作戦目標は冷却塔の停止だ。
了解。了解。
各班、デコイを設置してセカンダリレベルへ接続。デコイに気を取られているうち。
What kind of bait? Oh, are we trying to hack into the cooling towers systems to shut it down? Defense system was triggered, so I prepare for battle. Any group? I think it's okay.
了解。
Just swap these
タ
two.
ーゲット確認。
I think Suomi's AoE should be able to take out this group all on her own.
みんなのために。
No, I should have brought Lotta. It's fine. It'll take an extra turn.
次はじゃあ今行くよ。ごめんね。星々よ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。
It seems like Chongzhou will always prioritize using her ult, even though the timing on her ult's a little bit awkward because it's not the first thing she does, so it doesn't buff all of her attacks. All right, last hit. There we go, all dead. 2 turns. Latara starts to check the access permissions of the cooling tower facilities once the defense systems were defeated on level 2.
他の2班も作戦成功だ。
ローカル端末への権限移送。待って、権限3に。
Mine will spend 2 turns just to use her ult because I got the max seal on neural key.
必要みたい。
I actually removed it because as long as she gets 1 convective index every support attack, right? So as long as you have her support attack 3 times, she'll get it back.
いっそ権限せ。無理。特殊なセキュリティがかかっている。
The Tara releases the bait, provoking an immediate reaction from the defense mechanism. A virtual defense bot appears in the front of the group. The long-prepared Dishevnaya lands a steady hit on the vital parts of the defense bot.
どうやらギミック。これはクリスタルのある霊力。理由は後で考えて。分かっている。了解。
想定通りの勝利です。
All right, at least these are pretty short, so we should be able to finish it pretty soon. All units are in position. Commence attack. Oh, I still need to do PvP today too. I have a lot of stuff to do today, huh?
みんなのために。今だ。イエーイ。ごめんね。サンキュー。ごめんね。星々よ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。
Pew. They're like dogs with buzzsaws for heads. It's honestly kind of ridiculous. Alright, that one's dead. And then Tololo, take care of the last one. Oh, I guess Suomi will steal the kill. How's it going, Latara? Is it unlocked now? Still some problems.
マニュアルによると権限それに会場
Very Atomic Heart coded.
手動でローカル端末を
Did you play Atomic Heart, Shark?
がかかって
I remember watching like a couple clips of it, but I never actually saw a whole playthrough.
制御室がどこにあるかもわからないんだ
Did you enjoy it?
セカンダリレベルから解除するしかない狩猟殿セカンダリレベルは我に私はどこああここで何かがカカンスーミとドゥシェブのいる合図に合わせて
It was quite mid. I mean, I don't remember hearing anyone talking about it after like a couple weeks after it released. I know there was a couple memes about like the robot women, but besides that, it's like, oh, I guess it's kind of forgettable. One hand is on the communicator pressed against her ear, the other is already on the device switch.
権限設定解除
Or it flips the switch immediately. As the device beeps, the hot water coming out of the pipes seems to lessen to a stop. The vapor too seemed to dissipate.
止まっドゥシェブヌイどうしたドゥシェブヌイソミ何が起きたロタソミ
セカンダリレベルで攻撃を受けました。
お前
私は
他の2班と連絡がつかない
Oliver picks up Dishevnaya's body and runs towards the exit with the Tara and Suomi in tow. But before they can reach it, the thick gate at the exit falls, shutting them off. A hidden door opens on the wall, and an army of black swarms out of it. Those are defense bots in large numbers.
大量の機械がきつい各班全力で離脱するんだ状況に応じて
Suddenly, the suddenly disrupted comms shock Oliver to the core. Suomi tackles Oliver, preventing a bot from landing a hit on her, but Dishevnaya's body falls to the ground from Oliver's shoulders.
大丈夫ですか。
みんなドゥシェブ
Ow! Hika! Thank you for the community hydrate. Everyone, please check your posture and take a sip of water. Welcome back, Hika.
機械がいなく何とでもなる
If Suomi only used her ult, none of this would have happened.
ドゥシェブヌイ
It was still on cooldown.
ゆるりがが
Bishop Naya's neurocloud is unstable and she's unable to convey her message to Ulrich. She shakily raises her gun and fires at something behind Ulrich. Oh, it's the doll. She's back. Ulrich looks back. A strange doll walks towards her from within the dissipating vapor. Protect, evict, observe, protect, evict.
みんなありがとう。完璧なショーができたよ。シャープリンも
How you doing, Hika? You back from work? Vapor in the cooling tower completely dissipates. Ulrich shields Naya with her body. She raises her machine bow, blocking a heavy strike from the strange doll. Ulrich looses a bow, arrow after arrow to stop the strange doll from advancing. She turns her head to find Latara still busy laying down cover fire. She grits her teeth and presses on her communicator. Ulrich stares blankly at the fragment of the communicator she held in her hand. It was struck by a stray round not long ago. Chill shift today? Glad to hear it. Feel free to relax. Are you streaming tonight? Ulrich picks up the largest pierce, I think it's supposed to say piece, of the communicator in an attempt to restore communications. Latara rushes over to her, grabs her by the collar, and headbutts her.
分かった。
Do Shivnai and Suomi are safe for now. We must hold until the drone arrives. You head on up. I'll distract her. I got a morning shift. Was supposed to be in today, but called me in. Ah, gotcha. Oh, is this the last one? Yeah, this is the last mission. Okay. This should be easy. The creepy doll's back. Ow. Where did she go? There she is. Oh, that's kind of funny. Ah, she's about to detonate. Hey, we win. We caught up. We quick. Fantastic. Where's the drone landed right now? It's right there. She trolled me so hard in this fight because she likes to body block the ladders. That's funny. You mean on normal mode or hard mode? Uh-oh. Rude. Both. You can cheese her with the same strat though, which makes it even funnier. I think I just like ended up brute forcing it. I didn't use any particular strat against her. I like that like Latara is very competent. she's very quiet, but she's also extremely competent. No! Why is she still here?
なんだこの執念深さは。反則じゃないか。
ダメです。リッタラさんに隠れて撃てません。リッタラさん。
Did fucking nothing. Unloaded the whole mag into her face.
まだ離さないのか。
傷口がもういい。別の外
The
に。
Tara's awesome.
バックアップもしてないのに、どうやってメンタルを別の素体に移すというんだ。お前だけでも必ず。
ウルリ殿、バカ。僕一人なんかよりみんなを助けてよ。この育児だし、二人ともやめてください。
Creepy doll tank KSV shot right to the head earlier too. Oh!
わざとでは大丈夫。続けて。
ドゥシェーブネイ、お前ならやれる。
適正に。我は勇者なのだ。
Blam!
当たりました。デセーブヌイさん。
よくやった。リタラ、今のうちに。
ドローンです。
Oh!
あれに捕まれ。
She's still not dead!
勇者たるもの。
Oh my god, the Tara is so cool. Tara just smacks the doll with the drone.
完璧な勝利。サークルの次のパフォーマンスにも期待してね。
He's got a car! Oh my god, finally.
ランプディ実験畑どんな感じだ。
栽培実験13回目。発芽に失敗。素体損傷率 0%。
気にすることはね、なんとかなるさ。本当に汚染エリアで植物が育つの。時間はたっぷりあるんだ。気長に行こうじゃねえか。
バンペティ、あの方が明日結果を見に来るわ。374回目。失敗。素体損傷率。わかった。また働く。
Allred removes a tiny chip from her body's interface. After completing playback of the chip's contents, Allred hands it over to Litara with a grave expression. The contents were quite easy to understand. There's a number of dolls who worked in this cooling tower. They have met one of them. But just this doll alone had dealt a severe blow to the entire doll collective. The oasis that everyone hoped for was simply a deadly mirage among yellow sands.
やはりただの発電所ではなかったのだな。
Allred picks up the arm section nearby, which broke off from the strange doll. She carefully studies the locket hanging from the wrist, which was where she found the chip carefully placed inside. Now, only the old yet familiar photo of the two dolls remain in the locket.
写真の人形はもう一体いる。あれだけ暴れたんだ。騒ぎに気づいて起動しているかもしれない。一体だけでも厄介なのに、そもそも人形は2体だけなのか。
Wait, after all that, they can't stay?
嘲笑は打ち鳴らされた。
Allred takes out the photo from the locket. There's a line of text on the back of it. To the children sheltered beneath the umbrella. Unable to understand what it meant, Allred placed the photo back into the locket, deciding to deal with something more urgent.
ソミ、ルシェーブヌイと一緒にロザリンに増援を要請してくれ。 オッタたちと倉庫で合流して直ちに離脱する。しんがりは私がやる。お前たちは物資を持って帰るんだ。
はい。ルセーブヌイさん、さようか。行きましょう。
After ensuring that the two are at a far enough distance, Ulrich slowly sits down with their legs hanging off the ledge of the cooling tower. Her shoulders slump, her legs swaying around in the air.
みんなを連れて人間の集落を目指してくれ。
バカ言わない。
お前も分かっているはずだ。ここに残ることもレッドエリアに行くことも不可能だ。人間の助けを求める。それが生き残るための一番の方法だ。
Snake, thank you for the community hydrate. Everyone, please take a sip of water.
ウルリド、
私か？
嘘つき。
Ulrich suppresses the frustration and sadness in her heart, trying to look calm and rational in front of Latara.
これ以上みんなを私のエゴに付き合わせるわけにはいかない。発電所の動力源を破壊して全てを吹き飛ばそうと思う。さっきの戦闘中の混乱でいろいろ思い出したんだ。人形両場から逃げ出した時と同じ状況だ。周りには銃声が響いていて、結果的にはあの人形を倒すことができたし、犠牲者も出なかった。だがそのために躊躇なく全員の命を懸けたという事実が私は怖いし、とても後悔している。
Ulrich regrets putting everyone in danger just because they believed in her. She feels responsible that all this happened, even though no one got seriously hurt in the end. Even though she was on top of the cooling tower, Ulrich heard no rustle of the wind. He remembers the sound of the wind passing by her ears as she ran away from the dull hunting grounds. They were different from the storm, signifying danger in the contaminated zones. She had a wish to bring that rustling breeze to the Doll Collective too. She'd believed that, even if they had to make some sacrifices, not amounting to the loss of personnel, the dolls would one day feel the breeze blowing in their faces, feeling proud and satisfied with the choices they've made. But what if everyone perished before the breeze arrived? Even if she doesn't regret her actions today, she's unable to continue paying the price of idealism for her dolls. Without everyone's support, the sailing ship would probably have sunk a long time ago. With that in mind, intense fear and unwillingness mixed into Ulrich's neurocloud, making it heat up. All sorts of thoughts intertwined with one another, and her hand clenches into fists without her realizing it.
私は最初から指導者の器じゃなかったんだ。今になっても発電所の脅威は全て排除できたかもしれない。人間たちに頼らず、ここで静かに暮らしていけるかもしれない。笑えるな。私には人形が持つべき理性がないようだ。だからせめて最後のけじめだけでも。
そうだね。君の青さには。
Latara raises her notepad to Ulrich's face, stopping her mid-sentence.
容赦ないな。
でもこのコミュニティができたのは間違いなくウルリドがいたからだし、
その結果が危うく道連れだ。
他人からしたら理解に苦しむかもしれないけど、理想に向かって突き進んだ結果が失敗だとしても、その生き様は魅力的で輝かしいものだと。
Latara raises the notepad in her hands, then smacks it down hard on Ulrich's face.
君は自分勝手で優柔不断でめんどくさい人形だ。
それで気が済むのなら遠慮なく罵ってくれ。
シャキッとして。ほら、隠しファイル。
Latara is disappointed in Ulrich for being so selfish. Latara pulls up the contents of the chip again. This was a file that she found while checking on the chip not long ago.
ランペティエ、実験は中止よ。クリスタルの設置が完了したわ。あなたは最後までここを守っ
So I'm thinking Lambertia is the name of the creepy doll we just fought.
放射線におびき寄せられた生きむくろがこの施設のすべてを破壊し尽くす。1293回目。失敗。
Seems like one of the dolls wanted to destroy this place.
ごめんね、ランペティエ。明日からお別れよ。
And it seems like all the other dolls have faded away too.
執行者ランペティエ。再起動完了。
Oh, Elgod, welcome. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I think I saw you were streaming earlier. What were you up to? Oh, you were working on your miniatures again. Shit, what were you working on last time? I was in your stream last, I don't know if it's the last time or the one before that. You were painting something. I don't remember what you were painting though. Can't remember off the top of my head. Well, I hope you had a great stream though. And I hope you got a lot done. You finished it. Nice. What was it? I can't remember. Dragon Peak. Yes. Okay. I remember now. It was a dragon. I do remember a dragon. We are looking at the event right now. I've already completed this, but I skipped all the cutscenes, so I don't know what happened. And then the second half of the event just started, so before I got into that, I wanted to make sure I knew what the heck was happening.
1576回目、3743回目、5763回目、失敗。素体損傷率13942回目、発芽に成功。素体損傷率 48%。
Oh,
次段階へ移行。
they finally found a way to...
データ送信中。
Oh, I've been waiting on doing the event till you're level 30. Wait, that's Elgod.
再試行開始。
There's... you should do it as soon as possible.
送信を中止します。
The first part, you only need to be about like level 20 in order to finish. The event is timed, and every single day you get 3 tickets that you can use to get more currency, and you cap out at 6 tickets. So every day you're not doing it, you're wasting the tickets to get the event shop currency. So you need to do it today, or else you're going to be losing. You're gonna miss out on the event currency. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, like, to be fair, there are things in the shop you can miss, but you want to prioritize getting the copies of Lota. You want to get her shotgun, and you want to get the skins. You want to prioritize that stuff. Everything else is just like extra materials, like level up materials or gun materials, or like the neural stuff. You only need to beat the first level on hard. They're all worth the same. Yes, you can't. It's beating all of them does get you rewards, but not event currency. If you want, you can just beat the first level on hard mode and then spend all of your tickets to get the event currency. It doesn't matter if you're doing the first hard mode or the second hard or the 5th hard mode. You still get the same amount of event currency. Yeah, I've been getting her dupes thanks to Hazard. Yeah, there's more in the shop, I believe. So definitely recommend you getting started on it sooner than later, because you get 3 tickets. You get 3 tickets every day to run the hard mode, and you can only cap out at 6 tickets. So right now I have 6 tickets because I've been waiting to use them on the second half of the event that just came out today. But if I don't use them today, I'm going to overcap and lose another 3 tickets.
第2段階137回目。開花に成功。観測者パエトゥーサ。
The hidden contents of the chip complete playback. Ulrit's overheating neural cloud makes her thoughts feel like mush, preventing her from uttering anything for a long while. However, her auditory module seems to have heard the faint howling of the wind. As of right now, still plenty of time to get everything from both swords. Oh god, it should be okay. It should be okay, but it's better to start it sooner than later. Just to make sure you do get everything. The winds of hope she longed awaited once again blew in her face. It means that all the dolls are dead.
僕たちを襲ったのがこのランペティエで発電所に残った唯一の人形。さっきロッタから報告があったけど、ランペティエを撃破したのとほぼ同時に全ての機械が機能停止した。もし人間が指揮しているのなら、制御権を彼女一人に集約させるはずがない。
It means they get to stay here. Also, if you want to check the finished mini, I posted on Twitter and Blue Sky. Ah, gotcha. I will search for you. Is the link in your stream, in your channel? I can take a look after I'm done. Seeing Ulrid with a blank stare and her mouth gaping open, Latara furiously grabs her up from the ground. You got a social link? Gotcha. I will check it out after the stream. We'll probably wrap things up after this cutscene because it's already been 4 hours. I didn't even get to start the event. I'll have to do it off stream. Sorry, guys. But I still had fun. Even if that wasn't the case, and even if maintaining an independent doll collective is a pipe dream, I don't want you to be like that, Lambertia, who had to guard a pile of ruins alone. Tara's strong writing nearly pierces through the page, showing her determination. Tara's like, the next time you give up, I will shoot you. Ulrid is dumbstruck as Latara pokes her viciously through the chest wound. After quietly staring some more at Latara, who is still furiously glaring at her, Ulrid suddenly tilts her head backward and covers her face with one hand. Oh, sorry, Latara. Execute the Imperial Army soldiers to raise morale. Imperial Guard, yeah. The commotion here catches the faraway Suomi's attention. Latara gives an okay sign to Suomi, whose face was full of worry. Latara starts to write hurriedly on her notepad. They get to live here and grow crops here. I hope I haven't overcapped on my stamina. I've been at this for a while. Change the name? Latara's words send Ulrid into deep thought. Names do carry much significance, just like how changing her name from II7, is it ones or sevens? 1177090 to Ulrid was highly symbolic for her. But coming up with a good name is rather difficult. It needs a good timing and good inspiration. What should this community of dolls be called? Don't tell me it's the doll community. And what kind of hopes have Ulrid placed on it? And also, does this really have to be done? Will naming this community really bring people together, like Latara says? Over stopped Suomi, who was about to sync the info to level 2. She felt faintly that some data was thrown out of her neural cloud and she needed some time to analyze it. She also wished to learn from her mistakes and become more careful. She knows well that her companions in the community needed hope, not befuddling, and she needed to continue her path to bring everyone the breeze she seeks. Just don't call it the oasis that's already taken. Taken by who? Oh, that's your home in the Nera Cloud. Leaving the trio behind, Ulrich quickly runs to the other side of the tower and peers down, quickly locking her gaze onto several dolls on the ground who are planning routes of rescue. She waves at them happily. Signals. Great news, Commander. It was all a false alarm at the end. We defeated the strange doll. No, we should call her Lambertia. We defeated her and confirmed that the place had been abandoned by humanity, so there would be no greater threat to us. Vixus synced with us the info from Lambertia's chip. It seemed that many dolls once lived here, although we have no idea what happened at the end. But at least it means that with a bit of repairs, we can restore it to working order and provide a source of stability for everyone. Maybe? We don't know how long we will stay here, but we can finally rest and recuperate for a while. Plus, this seems to be the best place we can find and use as a settlement for now. Commander, I know that I have said before that dolls tend to make decisions based on rationality and practical judgment, but after my experiences in the doll collective, I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe it's Bixus's influence, because as I look at my companions gather around, I keep having this thought. That even though I acknowledge how tiny the probability is, I still can't help but hope that the day I reunite with you will come quite soon. With that line of thinking in mind, I've got to work harder on my letters in preparation for our reunion. I hope the winds of the contaminated zone will carry you to you my hopes of seeing you again. Suomi. Bathed in the light of a saw lamp, Suomi writes the something letter that she wished to give to the commander. In the cold wastes of the yellow zone, the faint light of Suomi's lamp had only a minuscule possibility of being seen. Yet, not long after, every time Suomi recalls this night, she would always be amazed that while hopes and wishes cannot stand up to rational calculations, miracles do exist in this world. We did it! Woohoo! I need to start chapter 2 now! But before that, actually, am I overcapped on stamina? I hope not. Companion. Supply missions. Combat sims. Okay, I did not overcap. I need to spend like everything on this. 160. Nice. I still don't have enough. I need 120 of these things. It's gonna take so many days to get 120 of these goddamn things. What a pain in the ass. All right, guys. I'm gonna call it here. I still have to play this game though, but I'm gonna do that off stream. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it. We are gonna be coming back on Thursday. We'll be playing more Fire Emblem: The Last Promise. It's been like 2 weeks since I last played it. But I'm sure it'll be fine. It's a Fire Emblem game. How hard could it be? Let's go find someone to raid. You're very welcome. Oh, did you guys know if you click on the background option up on the top right here, there's an option to change the music, and there's currently 4 songs available. I like the shifting lunar phase. It's very it fits well to Lolo's background. So if you guys didn't know that, you can swap it there if you get too tired of listening to the default music. Okay. Have a good night, Eve. Have a good night, chat. Thanks, Elgod. Again, appreciate the raid. You changed it immediately? Yeah. I don't think the default music is bad. I just got a little tired of listening to it for so many hours. Who are we gonna raid? Eliza stopped. Oops, I closed the wrong one. Okay. Let's see. I wish there was a way to keep the music playing even though I've alt tabbed. Maybe we will raid into Autumn, who is currently playing Fortnite. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go say hi to Autumn. Raid 2, raid. Oh, and then if we raid Autumn, for every viewer who raids into her, she has to hit herself with a ping pong ball. So you guys can stick around for that. It's very funny, but also I kind of feel bad for her. Autumn bite. All right, raid is going. Gets a little bit of background music. Okay. Again, thanks for coming. Thanks for the raids. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for a wonderful year. We talked about the Twitch recap earlier in the stream. Thank you guys for all of your support. I hope we get to enjoy each other's company in the next year. I hope we have a lot of success, a lot of fun, more charity streams, of course, and you know, feel free to hang out. I'll see you guys later in the week. You guys have a good night. Bye bye.